All right, did that fix it? There it goes. Okay, now the microphone's making noise. Hello, welcome. And just to indulge View on this. And on the 29th days, the holy texts were delivered unto us. They were delivered unto us by the snake. Ah, God damn it, tight! No, I was reading it. I was in the middle of doing it. God damn it! God damn it! All right, now nobody gets holy texts. Hey everybody, what's good? I barely dragged myself out of bed this morning. I'm feeling like not rough around the edges particularly, but just kind of like tired. I'm just tired, you know. So I figured we'd do something that's both easy and enriching today, but also something that I get like the distinct vibe that if y'all are like me at all, it's hard to do in a vacuum, man. I'm gonna turn on Future Funk for the background, and I figured we would read a book, but it's like one of those big coffee table books that like I recommend to people, and like a lot of the time people just like aren't interested in it's not even that people aren't interested in it, it's just that like doing the thing is hard. Sitting down and doing the dry text, literal textbook stuff is hard and boring and makes you feel like you're back in school and Mr. Williger's gonna fucking quiz you on this shit. Like, it sucks. I get it. I know. You know? I'm there with it. It blows. But I figure if we do it together, it's less bad. It'll suck less. So this is definitely, I use this like as a reference text a lot. I open book, find page that has sort of thing that I need, and then I do thing that I need, and then I kind of like close the book. And I don't think I've ever just like done a cover to cover read. It's a long book, 200 pages. It's got lots of pictures. I don't know how long it's gonna take. But I think that all of us who are doing any like amount of drawing and drawing figures in it, in that drawing, are going to benefit. So I think that this is going to be a cool stream. For those of you who are watching the VOD later, there is music playing today. We will be listening to music. You will not be. Because of the way DMCA stuff works, the music track gets shunted off to a thing where you will not have the music captured for you. This is probably going to be one of those streams that I do try to archive on the YouTube, because I feel like it's going to be kind of useful in the future, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I think we can do a service here, and I am kind of vamping because I can hear my teapot ramping up in the corner. So I'm actually going to get up and make my tea ready to receive hot water, but like that's the plan for today. So if you have wanted to get some like real solid information about drawing and illustration, like doing character stuff, like today's your day. This is a good day for you. You're gonna have a good day. If you wanted me to come on here and say the word but a lot, you're gonna be bored. YouTube will have the dulcet tones of public domain. I don't know that this is public domain, but what I do know is that unlike some people and some things that get done on the internet, I do have a physical copy of this. My physical copy of this is bigger than my tablet monitor. I'm pretty sure it's huge. I have a massive hardbound copy of this that I keep where I sleep because I like this information a lot. I find it very useful. But I want to make this maybe a more regular thing. I would like to explore texts with everybody, because I know that like sitting down and reading a book is not everybody's jam when it comes to dry technical information about creating cool furries. So that's the vibe. That's the vibe. I'm gonna get up, make my tea real quick, and then we'll pop over and we'll do this. It'll be an event. Maybe I should have put us in special events instead of just chatting. Oh, speaking of, I do want to encourage people today to be active in this process. If you have questions, if you are interested in a topic, please jump into chat. We've got a lot of people here that, 1, have opinions about this stuff, 2, practice this stuff actively, and 3, I'm also here. And if there are things that people talk about kind of a lot or like we get really into, I'm sort of making notes here, and I would love to do more service streams of sorts. Because, like, look, I can take $10 and draw a furry for you. You know, like I can do like a quick sketch of a furry. I'll drop everything for that for sure if you just like put $10 in the jar. But you know, you teach a man to make a fursona, and he, god damn, I have got to stop spending time on the horny parts of the internet, because like that sentence did not end in a way that I should stream it. Shit. Woo! I've gotta, damn. Also, Vita just said earlier, Wobbly begins the quest to learn how to draw pretty ladies. Yeah, all right, yeah, okay, you fucking got me from orbit, all right? You up, forward, down to me. 500 kilograms straight to the soul, for sure. Yeah, something hotel room for cons. Yeah, that is where that went, Tobacco. Woof, sorry, everybody. All right, tea time. Okay, the teapot's gonna take longer to boil its water than I sort of anticipated. I'm just gonna let it, like you know that point where like the water is clearly agitated and it's like moving around, but it's not like riotously boiling to the point that the little heat switch on your electric kettle flips over. It's one of those. It's one of those situations. So I guess I can take this as a moment to just encourage everybody, like, hey, having a little guy that's yours, even if it's not like, you know, a fursona or whatever, like it's awesome. Like everybody puts an avatar on their social media profiles. Like some people put like their photo on there, and like that's fine, I guess. But like you have an opportunity just to be a funny little cartoon guy, so like take it. And if you draw him yourself, then you have an infinite stream of pictures of your little guy, and like that's how this all gets started. Like that's good. And people will be like, oh, that seems like a waste of time. Yo, who do you think John Arbuckle is? You know, the Garfield character, who was also the cartoonist for Garfield, the self-insert comic about a guy and his cat that like you can't escape from. You know, I'm just saying. Maybe it is worthwhile to have a little cartoon guy that you draw. That's your dumb ass. You know, maybe you should try that one on. Two folks We're doing really well for this. We're sitting at like 118 subscribers, which is great. But for the next 2-3 months or so, I am interested in getting up into Partner Plus. So if folks have a subscription that is like coming up or whatever, please consider resubscribing or just consider subscribing in general, because like that's how I pay my bills. And if not here, over at patreon.com/wobblypython, $1 in the jar a month is a budget that I have for food, and food's important, you know, eating, drinking, sleeping inside of buildings as opposed to outside of them, like paying my electricity and stuff. Like, you know, it's very nice. It's very nice. If people would like me to continue broadcasting, you will at some point need to engage with this mechanic. I don't feel like singular dollar is like all that bad, so, you know. Oh, there it goes. Okay, water flipped over. I'll be right back. If I ever get a P.O. box, you'll ship me finished candy. I mean, you could just give me $1 and I'll buy real food that like sustains my body. Like that's pretty cool. I'll do that one. I don't need candy. Let's see. Oh, I saw one in here that caught me. Didn't believe that making a little guy is a valuable therapeutic exercise. I agree. I think that like when you draw yourself, you're gonna learn things about yourself, you know. Most people do not have any occasion in their regular life to do anything purely creative and imaginative. I mean, one of the big things with that, oh my god, Christoph, thank you, that's what I'm talking about. That's the stuff. But yeah, most people god, I make my alerts so long. No, oh, in addition to the money. Okay, see, that's different. I think part of it is that I'm pretty quiet. Although people were saying that alerts were like kind of loud last time. No, I've got them at minus 11. They're the same as they've ever been. In fact, they might be quieter than usual. I don't know. I think I'm being quieter than usual. I think I am the sensitive boy here today. I think my head go pound pound. But anyway, most people do not have any occasion in their regular life to do anything purely creative, imaginative, and it sucks. One of the big things about that Grove Tender Alba is that, like, maybe I'm mixed down with them? There is that different? Is that better? I don't know. I just nudged my gain slider up a little bit, but like I haven't been touching it. You don't know? I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. Oh god, maybe my microphone's going out. Fuck, that'd be all I need. Anyway, I do sound closer in volume to the alerts. Okay, I don't have any like debuff on my mic over here, so it's I'm not gonna fight with that. I'm not gonna fight with that today. But like, buy me 5 if one dies. Okay, all right, I accept your challenge. But people do not have any occasion on their regular life to do anything purely creative and imaginative. One of the big things about that Grove Tender Alba, I find, is that there's a lot of people that just like do things that other people ask them to do and nothing else. Like it's, you know, like even the stuff that they like are doing for themselves is stuff that like other people tell you is good for you, if that makes sense. You know, like I've known people that are like very motivated runners, and like it's like, oh, why did you start running? And they were like, oh, people said it would be a good thing on a resume or whatever. It'll be a good like extracurricular, and it's just been like people have been doing that like resume grind their whole life, and they just don't question it at this point. And like I get it, I do, but also like, you know, sometimes just do something dumb. do something completely autonomously that like doesn't feed into any larger system. It's fine. You know, nobody's gonna hold you accountable for having a life outside of working on stuff. But anyway, let's get into this book. And now, please enjoy this feature presentation. Truly believe that the lack of practice imagining characters and worlds leads to a stunted implementation of the theory of other minds and an inability to imagine alternate potential futures with detrimental effects on the horizons of political possibility. That's deep. Like, yeah. All right, so real quick, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be looking at today. So this is one of my favorite texts. Now you'll notice here that I'm going between two pages and it scrolls the same direction either way. I can't change that. So I am going to try to narrate, if we go back a page and like look at an illustration, or if we go forward a page and look at an illustration, I will try to talk about it. I'll try to be like, oh, next page or whatever, like as we go. Why the guy got that shoulder hip lean and lady don't got that in that one diagram? Well, specifically, this is like a page where he's talking, like this one specifically, the John and Mary problems, is him talking about like fucking it up and like why it sucks when you do that. This book looks so heavy at a glance. Yes, this is a real text that will help you. It does look heavy. That's why wherever it was when I popped over, hang on, I think it was like up more. Yeah, this one, this page right here. It's like talking about like proportions and sort of like angling stuff, and this is just like a more neutral one to start, and then he expands on it a little bit. Like we'll get into this stuff. This is later pages, but I just want everybody to know, like, we are going to be drawing figures. They will be nude figures. If people can't handle like a tasteful nude, I guess, like, you're going to be in a bad place. If you're so Christian it's debilitating, like, this is not a place for you anyway. Yeah, the arm and leg arcs are super useful. Yeah, it gets crazy. This dude is amazing. I will tell you up front that this is a draw a box type event that we're going to be getting into here. We are going to be dealing with the concepts of perspective. We are going to be dealing with those construction lines. So if you have been doing draw a box as I have recommended, this is going to make more sense to you. But it will make sense to you probably in a vacuum, and if it doesn't, it's a thing. Is this stream safe? Yeah, it'll be stream safe. If Twitch has fucking problems with this, I will kick their ass. Like, this is literally a textbook. I'll be mad. So whatever, we'll see what happens. So this is Figure Drawing for All It's Worth by Andrew Loomis. This is a really good book for anybody who's interested in figure drawing or drawing figures, which is basically everybody. Frankly, finding the one guy who's like, I don't want to draw people, I'll draw backgrounds exclusively, you're a unicorn. You are not standard. So I'm not gonna stare at ogle or like objectify anything in here. So that's a thing. You just want to draw cool buildings. I respect it. So let's go back a couple of pages here. I don't want to leave the big tits just like up on screen, because I do worry a little bit about like Twitch stuff, but I don't think I don't know. I don't feel like I'm a partner, and I don't feel like I'm big enough to have to worry about it too much. Also, is the music coming through just like softly? We should have some stuff there. I'm going to look at the advanced audio properties to make sure that it's running on the correct non-VOD track, because we're listening to Future Funk and it's kind of sample heavy. If you go listen to Benson Cuts or Future Girlfriend or Makarasu 8299 in the background while you're watching this VOD, you're going to get sort of the same experience. Yeah, okay, so it's not on track 2, which is the VOD track. Okay, we're good. Okay. That's such a good emote. It's not egregious or titillating, so I hope they'd use some good discretion. And if they don't, right, like, I'll send them an email. Just be like, hey, it's whatever. It's you. Yeah. It's all right, Grave Tender. Eventually you'll put clowns in them. All right, so stuff that we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about bones and muscles. We're going to talk about block forms, planes, foreshortening, and lighting. We're going to be talking about drawing the live figure, right? Like if you go to an event where there is a model and you can draw them, and I have some recommendations for people here in the United States that you might like. Standing figure in action, turning and twisting, all sorts of stuff. Forward movement, tip the line of balance, rhythm and rendering, kneeling, crouching, sitting, reclining figures, head, hands, feet. and then the complete figure in costume. So eventually we will put clothing on these figures, according to this book. Thinking about the we're gonna have to talk about penis. So an opening chat, and hey, Twitch moderation staff, if you're muting my VOD or whatever, or silencing me, dear reader, for many years the need of a further book on the subject of figure drawing has been apparent to me. I have waited for such a book to appear, which could be recommended to the many young artists with whom I have come to contact. Finally, I have come to the realization that such a book, regardless of one's ability as an author, could only be written by a man actually in the field of commercial art, who in his experience had met and countered with the actual problems that must be clarified. I recall how frantically, in the earlier days of my own experience, I searched for practical information that might lend a helping hand in making my work marketable. Being in the not unusual position of having to support myself, it was the predicament of having to make good at art, or being forced to turn to something else. Across this wide country, there are many of you in that predicament. You, also possessed of that unaccountable urge which seemingly comes from nowhere, want to speak the language of art. You love to draw, you wish to draw well. If there is any chance you greatly wish to make a living at it, perhaps I can help you. I sincerely hope so, for I think I have lived through every minute you are now living. Perhaps I can compile some of the information that experience tells me that you want and need. I do not pretend to undervalue the fine work that has been done. The difficulty has always been in finding it and sorting out what is practical value and putting it into practice. I believe that the greater chances of success lie in the mental approach to the work rather than the sheer technical knowledge. And since the mental approach has not often been stressed, here lies the opportunity to serve you. So, in his way, he's kind of talking about a lot of the stuff that I do, right? Where there is just like a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of like, oh hey, like express your feelings, do your work that way, like kind of vibes. And then there is like technical useful knowledge that you can like take with you places. And this is trying to be the other thing. Also, this white page is insanely bright, I realize, in the feed, and it's pretty bright for me too. So I'm going to really quickly put a little filter on this. I'm gonna make a box. God, it's white too. Fuck, I made it way worse. We're gonna do that really quick. I'm gonna like sort of auburn tint it. We're gonna get like a bit of a sepia tone going on here. I understand that this is bright. There we go. We're gonna fade that. I'm going to very quickly put that in my capturables. Oops, that's not in my captures. Oh, whoops. Hang on. I'm going to grab the window transforms. We're going to copy the transform. We're going to paste the transform. That didn't work. Hang on. We're going to move this out here. We're going to paste the transform. There we go. Put it over there. And then I think I can... Yeah, that's pretty good. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the rendering mode. Blending mode. We're going to set it to not darken. Darken is not it. Darken's not the one. What about multiply? Maybe. Let me play around with this filter a little more, everybody. Sorry. There we go. There we go. That's a lot easier to look at, right? Right? Is that better? Because we can also change the color a little bit. Hey, Kibira. Welcome. There we go. Let's make it just a little pink. Is that better? Hey, Kibby, we're reading a textbook, and I'm trying to make it so that it doesn't hurt everybody's eyes. I feel like that's better. Very readable, much nicer. Okay. It's still bright white on my side, so that's the whole situation. Yeah, Kibby, we're reading Andrew Loomis's Figure Drawing for all it's worth. You did that when you were a babby? Well, we're artists. Reading a book is hard sometimes, so I'm here for that. We've just sort of finished the first column, and I looked at it and I went, this sucks to look at. So I'm pinking the pages a touch so that nobody has to die. Too bad you don't know how to read. Well, if you did it as a baby, then you done forgot it, which is even worse. All right, folks, let's get back into it. I not only assume that my reader is interested in drawing, but that he wishes from his toes up to become an efficient and self-supporting craftsman. I assume that the desire to express yourself with pen and pencil is not only urgent, but almost undeniable, and that you feel you must do something about it. I feel that talent means little unless coupled with an insatiable desire to give an excellent personal demonstration of ability. I feel also that talent must be in company with a capacity for unlimited effort, which provides the power that eventually hurdles the difficulties that would frustrate lukewarm enthusiasm. Let us try to define that quality which makes an artist tick. Every bit of work he does starts out with the premise that it has a message, a purpose, a job to do. What is the most direct answer, the simplest interpretation of that message he can make? Stripping a subject to its barest and most efficient essentials is a mental procedure. Every inch of the surface of his work should be considered as to whether it bears important relationship to a whole purpose. He sees, and his picture tells the importance of what he sees and how he feels about it. Then, within his picture, he stresses what is of greatest importance and subordinates what must be there but is of lesser importance. He will place his area of greatest contrast about the head and most important character. He will search diligently for means to make that character express the emotion in facial expression and pose that is to be. The all-important theme. He will first draw attention to the character by every means available. In other words, he plans and thinks, and he does not passively accept simply because it exists. Not far back in the annals of art, the ability to achieve just a lifelike appearance might have caused some wonder in a spectator. Enough to capture his interest. Today, with color photography and the excellence of the camera going perhaps even further in that respect, we are surfeited with realism par excellence, until mere lifelike representation is not enough. There is no other course than somehow to go beyond obvious fact to pertinent fact, to characterization, to the emotional and dramatic, to selection and taste, to simplification, subordination, and accentuation. It is 10% how you draw and 90% what you draw. Equally defining everything within your picture area in value, edge, detail will add no more than can be achieved in photography. Subordination may be achieved by diffusion, by closeness of color and value to surrounding areas, by simplification of insistent detail, or by omission. Accentuation is achieved by the opposite in each case, by sharpness, contrast, detail, or any added device. So, this is an impassioned speech about drawing a fursona. This is Home Slice telling you, hey, if you perfectly render a face, that's great. You're a camera. But if you draw your funny little guy and you kind of get sicko on it, right? You want to get sicko on it. That's why you're here. You're here to get sicko. So do it. Yeah, man is saying, I figured out how to draw. I'm writing a book because nobody else wrote the book. And I'm tired of waiting for this book. I made it. Listen, I'm an art guy. I have one advice. Just start. Yeah, Kibby, that's what we're doing. I'm also an art guy. I made everything on screen. Except for Pintendo Spinch. Pintendo Spinch is special and was sent to me. Yeah, we're doing art. We're reading a book about art, Christoph. We're going to look at a lot of stuff. Yeah, no, Kibby, we're way beyond that step. We are all started. We're all doing shit. And now we've went, hey, I'm tired of sucking at stuff. I'm going to read a book about being better at stuff. So that's where we are. So, don't worry. It's good advice. Don't get me wrong. We're just like, we're there. If anybody's not there yet, folks, you have other places to be. And I respect that about your time. Hey, Rum. Oh, shit. See, Rum's already starting. Chad is also saying music down slightly. Okay. How about there? Is that a little bit better? I took it down like 4 dB. It should be like half of my volume according to the little sliders. Awesome. I love, by the way, running everything through like OBS. All right, I gotta open the Rum Rusher art. I gotta see this. Also, this is a good stream for this stuff. Hey, Box. Box, a Horizon line. Shit we're gonna talk about today. Very good. Wait, is there a little guy in there? There is a little guy in there. Son of a bitch. What are we starting again? We are starting Andrew Loomis's figure drawing for all its... You know what? Hang on. This is like the 4th time I've said it. 1 second. I'm just gonna do this. Drawing. Drawing. So this book is freely available by way of sorry, outline, there it is. By way of the Internet Archive, you can just go get a PDF of this. It's got somebody even typed all the text, so like that's cool. That's the version we're doing, so I can highlight things because I'm going to have to highlight things. All right. There we go. So I'm just gonna put this right here. So now I can just occasionally show this, right? And that'll be the thing. About practice did that? Yeah, but you can practice fucking up a lot, Kibby. Anyway, where are we at? We just finished the impassioned rant about please draw a fursona. I take this opportunity to impress upon you, my reader, how important you really are in the whole of art procedure. Your personality, your individuality comes first. Your pictures are your byproduct. Everything about your picture is and should be a little of you. They will be a reflection of your knowledge, your experience, your observation, your likes and dislikes, your good taste, and your thinking. So the real concentration is centered on you, and your work follows along in the wake of what mental self-improvement you are making. It has taken me a lifetime to realize that. So before we talk at all about drawing, it is important to sell you strongly on yourself, to plant that urge so definitely in your consciousness that you must know at once that most of it comes from the other end of your pencil, rather than the business end. As a student, I thought there was a formula of some kind that I would get a hold of somewhere, and thereby become an artist. There is a formula, but it has not been in books. It is really plain old courage, standing on one's own feet and forever seeking enlightenment. Courage to develop your way, but learning from the other fellow, experimentation with your own ideas, observing for yourself, a rigid discipline of doing over that which you can improve. I have never found a book that stressed the importance of myself as the caretaker of my ability, of staying healthy mentally and physically, or that gave me an inkling that my courage might be strained to the utmost. Perhaps that is not the way to write books, but I can see no harm in the author realizing that he's dealing with personalities and that there is something more important than technique. In art, we are dealing with something far removed from a cold science, where the human element is everything. At least I am determined to establish a fellowship with my reader, welcoming him to the craft at which I have spent so many years. If I have any blue chips I can pass on to him, I lay them before him, so that he may join in the game. I cannot profess to know more than the experience of one individual. However, one individual experience, if wide enough, might well cover many of the problems that will doubtless come to others. Solutions of those problems may provide like solutions. I can lay out an assortment of facts and fundamentals that were helpful to me. I can speak of the idealizations, the practical hints and devices that will undoubtedly make drawings more saleable, since the requirements are almost universal, and since my own experience does not vary greatly from the average experience of my contemporaries. I offer my material without setting up myself and my work as a criterion. In fact, I would prefer, if it were possible, to subordinate my own viewpoint or technical approach and leave the reader as free as possible for individual decision and self-expression. I use my experience merely to clarify the general requirements. It should be obvious that, first of all, saleable figure drawing must be good drawing. And good drawing means a great deal more to the professional than to the beginner. It means that a figure must be convincing and appealing at the same time. It must be of idealistic rather than literal or normal proportion. It must be related in perspective to a constant eye level or viewpoint. The anatomy must be correct, whether exposed to the eye or concealed beneath drapery or costume. The light and shadow must be so handled as to impart a living quality. Its action or gesture, its dramatic quality, expression and emotion must be convincing. Good drawing is neither an accident nor the result of an inspired moment when the muses lend a guiding hand. Good drawing is a coordination of many factors, all understood and handled expertly, as in a delicate surgical operation. Let us say that each factor becomes an instrument or part of a means of expression. It is when the means of expression is developed as a whole that inspiration and individual feeling come into play. It is possible for anybody to be off at any time in any one or more of the factors. Every artist will do good ones and bad ones. The bad will have to be thrown out and done over. The artist should, of course, make a critical analysis to determine why a drawing is bad. Usually he will be forced to go back to fundamentals, for bad drawing springs from basic faults, as surely as good drawing springs from basic merits. Therefore, a useful book of figure drawing cannot treat one phase alone. As the study of anatomy, it must also seek out and coordinate all the basic factors upon which good drawing depends. It must consider both aesthetics and sales possibilities, technical rendering, and typical problems to be solved. Otherwise, the reader is only partially informed. He is taught but one angle, and then left to flounder. First pass, bro, just draw good. But what if I read it like lawyer text? Yeah. I mean, this is an old book. Hang on. When was this published? Hang on. Firefox suggests this page that I've already been to. This book was added in 2021, but it's... Hang on. I'm looking in my web copy really quick to figure out like what the publishing date is. I hate not being a book navigator, perhaps. Not there. Maybe it's at the very tail end. Oop, it's loading. Hang on. Reads very academic to me. Yeah, this is an academic text. This is an instructional text, of course. Oh, here we go. This is the page I need. Oh my goodness gracious. Gun dang it. A moment. I have to go to the very last page. God dang it. The scan is so bad I can't see it. 1946. There we go. 1943. Yeah, we're reading a text from 1943. Drawing hasn't changed that much. Did you know that they did it in the 1800s even? Also, they figured a lot of this shit out in like the late 1700s. Like, drawing's been happening for a while, Kibby. Like, information is old. So if you're looking for like the lens through which this author was writing, it's an old book. It's a really old book. This dude was alive for both the Civil War and both World Wars. Yeah, that's how like old and useful this information is. Next, you'll tell me that drawing was before writing. Dog, I'm gonna blow your mind. You ever seen a cow? Cows are sick, right? Anyway, let's see. May I assume that you, as a young artist, are facing a bread and butter problem? Whenever you achieve sufficient technical ability, there will be an income waiting for you. From that point on, your earnings will increase to a rate in ratio to your improvement. In the fields of practical art, the ranks thin out at the top, just as they do everywhere else. There is not an advertising agency, magazine publisher, or lithograph house, or an art dealer's that will not gladly open its doors to real ability that is new and different. It is mediocrity to which the door is closed. Unfortunately, most of us are mediocre when we start out. By and large, most commercial artists of outstanding ability had no more than average talent at the start. May I confess that 2 weeks after entering art school, I was advised to go back home. That experience has made me much more tolerant of an inauspicious beginning than I might otherwise have been, and it has given me additional incentive in teaching. Individuality of expression is, without question, an artist's most valuable asset. You could make no more fatal error than to attempt to duplicate for the sake of duplication alone either my work or that of any other individual. Use another style as a crutch only until you can walk alone. Trends of popularity are as changeable as the weather. Anatomy, perspective, value remain constant, but you must diligently search for new ways to apply them. Hey, does this stuff sound familiar? Does a guy say this stuff a lot? Does a guy say things like, if you learn anatomy, perspective, and elements of art, then like, hey, that stuff's gonna go with you places, and you can use it between like all mediums that you use? Does a guy say that? Do we know anybody Who says that shit, huh? Maybe a guy? Like, just at least one. So anyway. Moving on. Hey, Kibby, I'm gonna be real. If all you want to do is complain about, like, how this guy writes or whatever, you can come back to the next one. There will be another stream later for you. But anyway, where was I? The greatest problem here is to provide you with a solid basis that will nurture individuality and not produce imitation. I grant that a certain amount of imitation in the earliest phase of learning may be necessary in order to learn in order that self-expression may have an essential background. But there can be no progress in any art or craft without an accumulation of individual experience. The experience comes best through your own effort or observation. Through self-instruction, the reading of a book, or the study of an old master, these experiences are bundled together to form your working knowledge, and the process should never stop. New creative ideas are usually variants of the old. Hey, Coffee Kinder, thanks for the follow. I'm not going to ban you. If I was going to ban you, I would have done it. Because anybody that I'm banning does not deserve my explanations or my patience. In this volume, I shall try to treat the figure living as a living thing. That's a scan artifact right there. That's literally just 2 squares on the page. Its power of movement related to its structure, and its movement separated to several kinds. We shall draw the nude for the purposes of better understanding the draped figure. Twitch moderation staff. Looking at you. We shall think of the figure as possessed of bulk and weight, as being exposed to light and therefore shadow, and hence set into space as we know it. Then we shall try to understand light for what it is and how form, with its planes of various direction, is affected by it. We shall consider the head and its structure separately. In other words, we shall provide a foundation that will enable you to make your figures original and convincing. The interpretation, the type, the pose, the drama, the costume, and the accessories will all be yours. Whether your figures are drawn for an advertisement to illustrate story, or for a poster or a calendar will not change appreciably the fundamental demands upon your knowledge. Technique is not so important as the young artist is inclined to believe. The living and emotional qualities, the idealization you put into your work, are far more important. So are your selection and taste in costume and setting provided. You have mastered the fundamentals. The smartest dress in the world will not be effective on a badly drawn figure. Expression or emotion cannot possibly be drawn into a face that are poorly constructed. You cannot paint in colors successfully without some conception of light and color values, or even hope to build a composition of figures until you know how to draw them in absolute perspective. Your job is to glorify and idealize the everyday material about you. So this passage right here is very much this guy saying, like, hey, you gotta look at stuff. You gotta look at stuff and be able to decide what's good, and then you gotta be able to take what's good and draw it in a way that communicates that it's good. And to do that, you're gonna have to study. You really like this opener? Yeah. Like I know that I was shouting about it and like doing a bit a second ago because it was funny to me. But like, no, really, everybody. Like, I like this book. I have a physical copy that I like go back to all the time. Like, I talk about this all the time, that like when I'm doing Twitch media stuff, that I either am trying to do something that is interesting and new and we don't know anything about, or things that I feel very strongly and positively about. And like, hey, this is definitely the second one. Like, every time people bring me Kuso stuff and they're like, show this to your audience, it's bad. And I'm like, no, this is why. Because I could instead be showing you this. It is my purpose from start to finish of this book to lend you a hand to the top of the hill, but upon reaching the crest to push you over and leave you to your own momentum. I have hired and paid the best models I could find, knowing that the limited funds of the average young artist would not permit that. If you study my drawings in the light of a model posing for you, rather than thinking of them as something to be duplicated line for line and tone for tone, I think you will in the end derive greater benefit. Don't trace these models, observe these models, is what he is saying. I I think you will, in the end, derive greater benefit. With every page, I suggest you place your pad at the side of the book. Try to get the meaning behind the drawing, much more than the drawing itself. Keep your pencil as busy as possible. Try figures varying as much as possible from those in my pages. Set up figures roughly from the imagination. Make them do all sorts of actions. If it is possible to draw from the live model in school or elsewhere, do so by all means. Utilizing as best you can the fundamentals we have here, if you can take photos or have access to them, try your skill in drawing from them, adding what idealization you think should be there. It might be a... Oops, sorry, I hit my scroll wheel. I'm going to go back. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. So one click of my scroll wheel does like a whole page. So I'm going to take my... nuts. I want to use my... Hang on. I'm actually going to switch to the vertical mouse because it's harder for me to do that. I should be doing that for like texts. Okay, there we go. Much better. I have a nervous habit of like wiggling my scroll wheel, so that was me. That was 100% me. So adding what idealization you think should be there. So this right here, right, is he's encouraging you to do live illustration. If you have access to photos, people looking at things on a computer in the year 2024, fully like 100 years almost after this book was made. You have access to photos. Go to a stock photo website. Draw there. I know that Rose Songstress talks a lot about Adorka stock. They are now on Blue Sky. Adorka stock is really good. Publishes a lot of photos. Does ask for a little bit of money in return, but like they publish a lot of photos and they're very good. They do things with props. They do things with costumes. So like, yeah, please consider like checking that out. If you have a like partner, right, or you just have like a sibling who is like a good friend, or even just like a friend, draw them. Ask them to sit still for you. If you, once you become comfortable roughing things out and being fast, go to a park. Get on your local transit if you have it, right? And do that. I have gone to like a Maverick gas station and gotten myself like a big thing of water and a hot dog, right? And just sat there at like their table that they have for like truckers and stuff and just drawn people paying for their groceries really quickly, trying to, right? Like inspiration, people, and observation is all around you. Feel free to use it. And if anybody ever like gets weird at you about drawing them, like maybe stop drawing their junk so huge, you know? Like most of the time people are just like very, very excited. Pay enough money as a patron at Orcastock will just try and do a pose and angle for you a couple of times a month if you ask. That's cool. One of the other things that I would encourage people to do, right? Get a mirror, make face. Oh yeah, you are your own model for sure. Absolutely, yes. There's a reason that like art school makes you do so many self-portraits. Because like you have yourself. Do it a lot. People talk all the time about like do hand poses and draw those hand poses. And like, yeah, do those things. If you have a webcam, right? There's a camera app built into whatever you're doing. You know, make your hand pose at your camera, snap it, then you can draw it. Like for sure. Kibby's 100% on that. Rum Rusher, you've posted art. Let me see this. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. Wobbly Loomis over your desk. That's super good. Oh my god. Can I take that wob face and make it a Discord emoji? I'm just gonna post it over there right now in Admiral chat. I'm stealing it, but I'm not gonna like. I want to add a server. Let's say yeah. All right, cool. Oh, neat. I'm gonna pin it so that people can continue to talk today. Oh shit! I gotta delete a pin. 1 second, everybody. 1 minute. No, I like that one. I guess that one can probably go. We'll do that. Okay. Pinning that real quick. Okay, I can come back to that later. Thank you. That owns. That's so good. Speaking though of exaggerating figures and making them like convincing and appealing at the same time, like this is actually a really good example. Rum, can I put this on stream? Can I show this? Because like this is actually what Loomis is talking about. We're gonna get into a lot of like dry technical illustrations. but like this is a really good example of like exactly what this whole passage has been about. Actually, Rum, I know that I asked for yeah, repeat last. I was just gonna do it anyway. Honest. All right. Actually, I'm just gonna wait. No, that's the wrong. It's the wrong link. A moment. The Dropbox thing loads very slowly, I will say. Come on. Can Twitch handle artistic nudity though? We'll see what happens. Dropbox, please just load, dog. Like, why are you like this? There we go. Copy image link. I think I can put it in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this illustration. So Loomis has been talking to us about the importance of like stressing what is important about the figure, right? And Rum's actually done a really cool job of that, and I just want to point it out. The thing that is important, looking, right? What else is important? Subject matter, right? Like secondarily, so it's smaller, it's slightly behind. We've got a gesture directing our eye towards it, and then we've got a person who's face down at a desk. You know, because this stuff is exhausting. This is a really, really good example of exactly what Loomis is talking about, right? This kind of exaggeration, this kind of like structure and physicality. You can see like there's a little bit of foreshortening and overlap going on with the head and the chin. You know, this stuff is why we're here. So like, no, very cool to like have that show up in chat like immediately. Like we're not even quite done, but like yeah. Sick line of action between the dude at the desk wobbly's eyes and the imagery he's gesturing to. Yeah. Very, very appealing. Like, it's just, like, left to right. Also, the eyes are in line with where the pointer ends, even. Like, super strong composition. Exactly what we're talking about here today. I'm not going to do that for every piece of art that comes through the thing, but, like, I just wanted to stress that, like, this kind of stylization, literally what Loomis is talking about right now. It's okay to do this stuff. He is going to get very into the nitty gritty of things, and that's just going to be how this goes. So, it might be a good plan to read the entire book at the start so that you will better understand the general plan of procedure. Other kinds of drawing, such as still life, should be supplemented for all forms present. All forms presents the general problem of contour, planes, light, and shadow. God dang it. I'm going back, I promise. Oop, that is back. So left-clicking and right-clicking, I think, also will scroll me sometimes. So that's interesting. I think, yeah, if I click low enough or high enough, it, like, takes me to the next page. So I'm learning how to use Foxit Reader at the same time as I guess, giving a long-form lecture, which, great. It's great. Love that. Get used to using a soft pencil, one that will give considerable range from light to dark. A thin, weak, and gray drawing has practically no commercial value. The switching to a pen and black drawing ink is not only interesting, but has real value commercially. Use one that is fairly flexible. Pull the pen to make your line. Never push it at the paper, for it will only catch and splutter. Charcoal is a fine medium for study. A large tissue or laid-out pad is excellent to work on. Perhaps the best way is to suggest that you use the book in whatever manner suits you best. He's literally telling you it's okay to draw in this book. Like he is telling you, like, use what you have. Is what you have this book? Cool. Eventually you're going to want to use ink, because ink is very useful and very good, you know, and very, very striking, and there's a lot of contrast. But, like, just use what you got. Use what you got for now. Also, I have encouraged people all the time. It is $1 to get an entire pad of note cards, and if you flip them over, they're blank on the backside. 2, go to a bank, pull real hard on the chain, get yourself a ballpoint pen. Congratulations, you are equipped to draw with us. You can steal the note cards even. Like, there's a college student whose dad pays for everything somewhere. Just take his pad of note cards. It'll be fine. Fuck. Hang on, I'm getting... People are, like, physically texting me today, and I'm kind of over it. Yeah, do crime, create art, whatever. Somebody called us a punk art collective in the Discord, and, like, hey, we're a punk art collective. I like that title. They called us, like, a French punk art collective, but we're actually an international one, so Dollar store has all the art supplies you can ever need to be an artist. Yes, correct. It's especially if you're like just doing this for self-satisfaction too, which is like a large part of what I usually am telling people to do when they're practicing. Like just draw on paper, draw on margins, draw in this book. All right, let's get in here. The first chapter of this book will be treated a little differently from the others, as a prelude to the actual figure and to lay the groundwork of the structure we are later to build. This part of the book will be of especial value to the layout man and to the artist for the preparation of preliminary sketches, roughs, and setting down of ideas, suggestions, and actions and pose, where the figure must be drawn without the use of models or copy. This is the sort of work the artist does in advance of the finished work. This, in other words, is the work which he sells himself to the prospective client. In that respect, it is the most important since it really creates opportunity. He will be able to prepare his work intelligently so that when he gets the final work, he will not be confused with new problems of perspective, spacing, and other difficulties. The reader is urged to give this chapter his utmost attention, since it is unquestionably the most important chapter in the book, and one to pay good dividends for the concentrated effort involved. So this is, hey, we're gonna rough things out. Roughing things out is important because it makes for a tighter composition later. Going all the way from your first sketch to your final product when you were working in physical mediums, as this gentleman is, was insane. Nowadays, in digital stuff, your undersketch can literally just be an underlayer, right? So like, grains of salt, time moves forward. Concepts still apply, but like, you know. The rest of these days still use pencil and paper. Most of the people I see on Twitter use post digital. Strange one for posting traditional art. Oh, yeah, I'm just talking about that. Ink and paper forces you to learn to deal with mistakes. Yes. So this is a personal thing. This is not a Loomis thing that I suggest to everybody, right? In general, there is a ridiculous stress that most non-artists feel on doing things correctly. Because non-artists are mathematicians, right? Non-artists are people who have gotten pass-fail grades their whole life for either doing something right or something wrong. This goes for people who like work trades too, right? If you have been hammering nails into wood, you have had a person say this is poorly done, right? And like there are good structural ways to like put things together. There's good structural ways to write a program for like a computer or whatever. There's room for self-expression, don't get me wrong. It's not like purely that. But also like there's right and wrong ways to do things. Art, not so much. Art, we make mistakes all the time. We goof up. Sometimes that goof up looks sick, right? Like imagine any piece of pop street art that's just got a color splash, right? What was it? Jackson Pollock, the guy who just like threw paint at a canvas and made it look fucking tight as hell. Right? Yeah. Like goofing up stuff is fine. Goofing up is whatever. So I encourage you to use sticky notes and note cards and ballpoint pens, because you are going, especially as a new artist, to make a mistake. And every time you work with pencil, the thing that you do, and I see this in so many people, is you flip that pencil around, you erase it, and you try again. You erase it, you try again. Then you erase it, you try again. Then you erase it, you try again. Then you erase it, and you try again. Then you erase it, and you try again. And you get frustrated, and you have nothing but a smear, because now you've ruined your paper by rubbing rubber all over it, like a whole bunch. So you physically have deteriorated your medium that you're trying to draw on. You get frustrated, and you throw it away. And that is not productive, right? When you're learning to render, when you are learning late-stage stuff, and you are futzing and finagling, right, that is a thing. Sure, you're going to do that a lot of times, right? But at that point, you've already learned how to do form. You've learned your perspective. You've learned all this basic stuff to build up to the point that you were like, okay, but like, what does acne look like at 14? You know, like you've come a long way. So when you're beginning, when you're just doing sketches, when you are reading this book, work in pen, work in a ballpoint pen, work with a bad pen even. And anytime something gets fucked up, just keep going. Keep going. If you're really unhappy with it, start again on a new piece of paper after you've gotten it far enough on the other one. When you think you're done getting information out of whatever it is that you're doing, move on. Move on. Don't belabor it, right? Don't look at those people that are like doing photorealism graphite sketches or whatever in museums and fuck off with that. Draw a funny little furry guy, right? And make his tail fluffier this time. Make his snoot more 3D this time. Try to plan out your line of action. Try to do some perspective. Always do rough shapes first, add details. Yeah, for sure. Like, work up. Don't 100% render an eyeball and then be like, why doesn't this face look good? Because now the eyeball isn't at the right perspective because you rendered it for 200 hours and now you've put so much work into it. You don't want to throw it away, right? Like, don't do that. Just put lines down. It's your paper. And because I'm telling you to work with fucking whatever, right? Whatever you have, sticky notes, note cards, both of those are great, right? Ball it up, put it in the garbage, throw it away. You're done with it. It's over. The whole point was to learn. You can throw it away. Or you can put it in a box. Put it in a shoebox. If you put it in a shoebox, you can come back to it in 6 months, look at how much you fucking sucked, and you'll be like, damn, I got pretty okay at this. Fuck. Whoa. Right? It's huge. So that's why I would say work with a little bit of physical stuff. I would put programming and doing art because the creative part. Yeah. Lord Tyrion, for sure. But like, when you're first learning your syntax stuff, you're going to get your hand slapped a lot by your parser. Your parser's going to spit shit back and be like, this sucks. You didn't put a semicolon in. Fuck you. Right? Doesn't happen with art. You put pencil to paper, there is no feedback. There's no pass fail. You just look at it and you go, this isn't very good. That's it. But you got to be able to disentangle it. And you can't disentangle it unless you follow through a little bit. So work with a ballpoint. Just move forward. If you got a felt tip pen, that's great. If you got a Sharpie, fine, whatever. I don't care. You'll see. Yeah, there's wrong ways to do things. That's what I mean, Lord Tyrion. When you're putting marks on a paper, there's not. Not really. No. Fake. That's why I'm suggesting some ways that are helpful. But what about music, you ask, to a thing in which we physically put numbers on the score sheets? 4, 4. Oh, I've mathematically divided the whole note into half notes. Now they're quarter notes, 8/16. Ooh, what about a triplet? It's all math. Music is maybe the most math. Like, that's why jazz is notable. Don't even start with the music thing. Get out of here. And I'm saying that as a musician. I play trumpet. Yeah, I love music. I love music because it's sort of like a good cross section. But like for now, remember, everybody, just do stuff. It's fine. Yeah. All right. Let's actually get into it. So, number 1, the approach to figure drawing. As we begin the book, let us take note of the broad field of opportunity afforded the figure draftsman, starting with the comic or simple line drawings of the newspaper, Twitter posts. Talk about Twitter shit posting. It extends all the way up through every kind of poster, display, and magazine advertising, through covers and story illustration to the realms of fine art, Marvel, portrait, sculpture, furry commissions, and mural decoration. Figure drawing presents the broadest opportunity from the standpoint of earning of any artistic endeavor. People like drawings of guys. Coupled with this fact is the great advantage that all of these uses are so interrelated that success in one almost assures success in another. Yeah, if you can draw a guy good, people want that anywhere. Anywhere. Comics, movies, posters. Your friend just wants their cat. Like, it's fine. The interrelation of all these uses springs from the fact that all figure drawing is based on the same fundamentals, which can be applied no matter what use the work is put to. This brings a further great advantage to the figure man in that he has a constant market. The figure man, sorry, not the figure man. That emphasis was weird. If he is capable of good work. The market is constant because his work fits into so many notches in the cycle of buying and selling, which must always be present barring financial collapse. Remember, this book was published in 1943. To sell, one must advertise. To advertise, one must have advertising space. To have advertising space, there must be attractively illustrated magazines, billboards, and other mediums. So starts the chain of uses of which the artist is an integral part. To top it all, it becomes the most fascinating of any art effort because it offers such endless variety, encompassing so much that it ever remains new and stimulating. Dealing with the human aspects of life, it runs the gamut of expression, emotion, gesture, environment, and the interpretation of character. What other fields of effort offer so great a variety for the interest and genuine relief from monotony? I speak of this to build within you that confidence that all is well once you arrive at your destination. Your real concern is making the journey. Sorry, my dyslexia is doing some stuff. Art, in its broadest sense, is a language, a message that can be expressed better in no other way. It tells us what a product looks like and how we can use it. It describes the clothes and even the manners of other times. In a war poster, it incites us to action. In a magazine, it makes characters alive and vivid. It projects an idea visually, so that before a brick is laid, we may see, before our eyes, the finished building. So, when you hear people say that all art is political, this is even deeper. All art is an idea, right? It is putting forward a thought that you had, you know? And even if that thought is, damn, ass be fat, you're still putting that out there. You're trying to show people how fat the ass is, okay? That's like on the page, I guess. I guess I'm having sort of a Freudian moment. Big sip of tea before I move on there. There was a time when the artist withdrew to a bare attic to live in seclusion for an ideal or subject. A plate of apples sufficed. Today, however, art has become an integral part of our lives, and the successful artist cannot set himself apart. He must do a certain job, in a definite manner, to a definite purpose, and with a specified date of delivery. Don't be a starving artist. Be a working artist. Start at once to take a new interest in people. Look for typical characters everywhere. Familiarize yourself with the characteristics and details that distinguish them. What is arrogance in terms of light and shadow, form and color? What lines give frustration and forlorn hope to people? What is the gesture in relation to the emotion? Why is a certain childish face adorable? A certain adult face suspicious and untrustworthy? You must search for the answers to these questions and be able to make them clear to your public. This knowledge will in time become a part of you, but it can come only from observation and understanding. Try to develop the habit of observing your surroundings carefully. Someday, you may want to place a figure in a similar atmosphere. You cannot succeed completely with the figure unless you can draw the details of the setting. Hey, what's that? Wobbly saying you gotta go draw a landscape, draw a box? It's crazy. To begin now to collect a file of the details that give a setting its atmosphere. Learn to observe significant details. You must be concerned with more than Martha's hairdress. Precisely why does Martha in a formal gown look so different in shorts or slacks? How do the folds of her dress break at the floor when she sits down? Watch emotional gestures and expressions. What does a girl do with her hands when she says, "Oh, that's wonderful"? Or with her feet when she drops into a chair and says, "Gosh, I'm tired"? What does a mother's face register when she appeals to the doctor? Is there no hope? Or a child's when he says, "Gee, that's good"? You must have more than mere technical ability to produce a good drawing. Nearly every successful artist has a particular interest or drive or passion that gives direction to his technical skill. Often, it is an absorption in some one phase of life. Harold von Schmidt, for example, loves the outdoors, rural life, horses, the pioneer, drama, and action. His work breathes the fire that is in him. Harry Anderson loves plain American people, the old family doctor, the little white village. Norman Rockwell, a great portrayer of character, loves a gnarled old hand that has done a lifetime of work, a shoe that has seen better days. His tender and sympathetic attitude toward humanity, implemented by his marvelous technical ability, has won him his place in the world of art. John Whitcomb and Al Parker at the top because they can set down a poignant, up-to-the-minute portrayal of young America. The Clark brothers have a fondness for drawing the Old West and frontier days, and have been most successful at it. Maud Fengel loved babies and drew them beautifully. None of these people could have reached the pinnacle without their inner drives, yet none could have arrived there without being able to draw well. Traditional art, just regular people, usually goes so hard. Yeah, I also have a huge coffee table book of Norman Rockwell drawings that I found at a yard sale in the Rocky Mountains somewhere. I forget where. It was like somewhere north of Spokane, like close to the Canadian border. I was riding my motorcycle and I had to find a way to lash the book to the back seat because I had taken my saddlebags off for some reason. I forget what I was doing, but like that book was, it rained and I had to like stop and slide it up into my jacket at one point. Like me and that book have seen some shit. Yeah. So like just to segue, because Kibby's talking about it too a little bit here. I like bottle episodes and shows. Like, have you ever watched a TV show and like people, they get like, I guess like my favorite trope is all of their clothes are dirty and they're stuck at a laundromat, right? And so all the characters are in their underwear for whatever reason, and they're like snowed into a laundromat and they're like trying to just get their clothes clean, right? Like let's just take that as a setting. That's like my favorite type of episode because it reduces these characters to just doing stuff. Oh, your action gunman hard guy John Wick stubble hair big chest man. Yeah, no, he's in his underpants waiting for a laundry machine to get done. Like, this character now has to address being a person, and I love that. It's why we all love the little touches in Marvel comics where, like, you know, anytime Deadpool does a fourth wall break, right? We love that because like Deadpool's just unironically all about the kind of media that he's in. You know, every time Deadpool is like hot for Bay Arthur, right? Like we love that because it's making Deadpool a person. Deadpool, the gun shooting, sword slinging murder man, is not interesting in a vacuum. He's interesting because he's like a funny little guy, and that's where me and like Rockwell sort of intersect. There is, oh my god, what is the name of that furry artist? He does the comic about the goat and the alligator that are in love, right? That couple. Like if you can find them, if you can find that artist, please drop a link to like their Blue Sky in here. Actually, hang on, I'm gonna open Blue Sky and just like hope that they've posted. 1 second. It's comedy, but it's also just the most interesting those characters will ever be. Hang on, I have reposted this guy's comics before because I think they're lovely. I'm gonna just scroll my media page real quick. I forgot I drew Cool Spot's fat cock. Yeah, Duncan and Eddie, that's the one. I love Duncan and Eddie. I've seen some people like kind of be wild about it a bit. Here we go. Here's their Blue Sky. I love this comic. Like even the most recent one is amazing to me because it's just two people sitting on the ground, right? Like one's on a chair for artistic reasons, listening to a song one of them made, and one of them has a little anxiety about it, and the other one's just very excited. That's it. There's no like conflict particularly. Nobody's swinging a sword. Nobody's got magic powers. Nobody's a god. One of them just like wrote a good song and had the other one listen to it. That's it. I love that. It's so good. It's so at heart. And honestly, there's a lot of things that I do where I am afraid of kind of being that real. If you ever see some of my work where like I'm talking about people's anxiety usually, right? That's like the rawest I can be about like what's going on usually in my head. Actually, I'll show you one. I'll just show you a friggin' example. Image. I'm just gonna put one in here. Yeah, image. Showing a pic. Gonna be the name of this. Where are they at? Art. I don't think it'd be under my stream art. Right. Where do I even hide these from myself? Comics with like an X? No, those are all. Okay, I don't still have my anxiety comics folder. I hope I didn't delete them. I might have. HD Dimbo. Lizard Cowboy. What are these folders? What have I been doing in here? All right, well I can't seem to find one easily, so I'm gonna let that moment pass. But like I love doing those comics. Little things about people like being stressed out or whatever. You know. What you love about your brother's husband? Yeah, yeah. D&E is incredibly human despite being free. Yeah, it super is, and I really like that about it. And I kind of wish that I could draw more of those and like do more stuff like that. They're a big inspiration for me lately. Duncan is like a 6-panel comic where one of the character falls asleep in the passenger seat of a car. Yeah, yeah. A person falls asleep is like the driving action of a Duncan and Eddie comic. I love that. Duncan and Eddie is like the modern Norman Rockwell for furries. There, I said it. I said it out loud. Super good. You have to be such a keen observer of people to make contact like that interesting. Yeah, yeah, and that's what they're encouraging you to do in this passage. That is deeply the thing. Okay. The who? Norman Rockwell? Do you not know Norman Rockwell? Are you doing a bit or what? Because like I will show you some Norman Rockwell. I think you know who they are though. I think you're doing a bit, but I will show them to you because everybody knows them, but they may not know them by name. You know what? Actually, you know what? You're right. You're right. I need to show people who Norman Rockwell is if I'm going to talk about him. Okay. All right. Okay. Norman Rockwell. Really quickly, we're gonna do an aside. I know that I have ADHD. Deal with it. Okay. So Norman Rockwell was an American painter, and he did like he was a product of his time for sure. But like I'm gonna just try to find you. Oh, here we go. This is a famous one. Oh, where did I do it? Yep. Yeah. Okay. So that's the rum art. Okay. So this should be. Here we go. This is a really famous Norman Rockwell painting. I'm gonna change the size of this browser. I really wish that I could just make them auto adapt. I'm gonna just invert the numbers. Nope, that wasn't it. Okay, 400 by 500. That's about right. Yeah. So Norman Rockwell did these amazing figure drawings and paintings, and here's a police officer, sitting next to a child, right? And I love how much character and scenery and setting is going on in this particular painting, because you have all these faces. I'm gonna try to zoom in on this real quick. Let's just focus on the interaction between the three really quickly. Norman Rockwell painted the world that modern conservatives wish they could go back to. Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah. You'll notice that there's like a lot of white people in these pictures, like for sure. I'm not gonna like try to defend him or whatever, right? But like look at the vibes that are going on here. This store owner, right up at the top, he's he's having an experience, right? He's been here, he's heard this stuff, you know, like this is yeah, this is that guy. Oh yeah, the guy's smoking indoors. This is a contemporary for Mr. Loomis, who he establishes like 1940s, right? The police officer, you can see he's got like a little cheek. Maybe you can't at this resolution. Let me double. This is gonna be a mess. Let me see if I can get it to render better definition. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, look, you can see the little dimple on his cheek there, right on the side. He's got a bit of a smile too. He's having a fun conversation with this kid, right? Like he's seen this before. He knows what's up. Here's our kid. He's a little flushed in the face. You know, his ears are a little hot. Maybe he's got that little bit of pink tinge right at the end of him. You know, the hands are clasped in like a patient gesture. This guy is like established here. He's gonna be here for a little bit. He's gotten comfortable. You know. The cop is leaning in and pressuring him because he's a cop. Hang on, I'm trying to do this with like the handles. I'm so sorry. Let's see. I don't think the specials are super important, but they do establish that, like, you know, this is an active place, right? Then you get to the bottom of the picture, and you see the bindle. This kid's a runaway. This kid's running away from home. And these adults are all here to handle the situation. I love the way that Loomis portrays people. One, his technical ability is amazing. Like let's talk about this shirt. Look at these folds. This is a guy who paid models, you know, who had a mirror drape stuff around him. You know, like the technical. Yeah, this is Rockwell, sorry. Yeah, this is Norman Rockwell, not Loomis. This is like technical proficiency. But you don't care about any of that. Real, actual, like yourself, you here in the stream looking at this, don't care. You don't care that the folds on the shirt are actively correct, right? You don't care that the shine on the leather of his belt is burnished in a way that is slightly different from the leather of his boots. You don't care. That's not interesting to you. You don't care about the exceptional landscape that is being reflected in the chrome of the seats upon which they are sitting, that details the large door and 2 windows to either side to the entry to this establishment. You don't care. You don't care. That's not important. What's important is this. These people interacting, living their lives together. You care about the little drama. You care about the tiny, small-town 1940s America tension of a kid who's trying to leave home for some reason. Norman Rockwell is an amazing study for any illustrator, right? To show off some of his less important work and stuff that like is not as emotional and immediately apparent, let's look at something that he clearly did for an advertiser. Really quickly. I promise I'm not going to belabor on Norman Rockwell for forever, right? So, again, super good painting. Super good painting. Bunch of people happily having a dinner, right? There's some celery, there's a turkey. That's it. You know? But all these people, they're all smiling really aggressively. They're all leaning super far forward into the thing. You know? This is... You always love the dude at the bottom. I like the dude at the bottom right, looking back up into the thing. The bottom left is pretty good though. Like he's got like a big overbite going on. Right, you mean? I mean, honestly, like all the faces have a lot of like unique character. There's a big variety in the faces. You know? I will say that the young gentleman on the left and the young lady on the right are maybe similar, but maybe that's because they're related. Maybe they're siblings. This is probably a family dinner. You know? Like that kind of thing. Having worked in market research, the science says that disturbing child faces sell more product than basically beautiful child faces. Yeah. Well, kids are little gremlins, right? Like that's a very honest depiction of a child. Just in general, been lurking the stream. You want to say that your avatar is adorable? Thank you. I made him. I hope you're also having a wonderful day, and thank you for being here. These streams don't happen unless people show up. So, as nice as it is when people subscribe, it's even nicer when they're just here to participate. But like Norman Rockwell does these really good drawings, you know, and like the fabric drapering, the painting, like all these reflections in the glass and stuff, it's all secondary. It's all secondary to being able to portray, look at this happy family. That's it, you know? Like that's the whole thing. Kofi Streambot, thank you for throwing my Kofi in front of this person right after their first time chat. That's way to go, man. Rattle the cup. I promise you, it's just on a timer. So that's why I would tell you to like Google Norman Rockwell. Look up some of his paintings. Let's see. Here is Norman Rockwell, The Problem We All Live With. Ugh. This is a more provocative work by Norman Rockwell. Let's grab it up here. I'm gonna once again change the size of the browser. This is a portrait, right? So here's a child in a pretty white dress walking somewhere, but there's 4 men clearly in uniforms with armbands, and a tomato has apparently hit the wall, right? Yeah, that was going on at the time, and Rockwell captured it. Rockwell illustrated and painted like a lot of stuff that was going on during his life. Let's see. Yeah, I'm reading this article now. His last works featured in a separate galleries are paintings and stark studies of murders of civil rights movements activists. several especially engaging for their loose renderings in the early stages, a long way from where he started. This presentation argues for Rockwell's astute attention to the urgent modern developments of his day. All right. I don't know much about Rockwell as a person. I just know him from his work, you know? So, yeah. Rockwell is an artist that I would urge you, like, Google him up. He's a very close observer of people, and I feel like Duncan and Eddie comics capture that same, like, window into people a lot of the time. You know, it's a modern language, it's a modern parsing, it's modern verbiage, basically. Yeah. U.S. Deputy Marshal, yeah. It's still an issue, you know? It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just now usually done in legislative sessions as opposed to the streets. By the way, this is Historical Art Twitch. Doesn't reflect the views of the streamer. I mean, it's look. This is why I started this segue with, like, all art is political. You know, you're presenting an idea, and ideas are inherently political in some fashion, right? So, like, you can see that we went from, like, hey, let's talk about Duncan and Eddie stuff, to, oh yeah, Norman Rockwell, he made a lot of nice pastoral paintings of, like, people, usually white people, to, oh yeah, here's some of Rockwell's late work. It's about civil rights movements, people, you know? Like, you have to come to terms with this stuff. You have to accept in yourself that you are trying to tell people things when you are drawing. You have things to say. You need to accept what they are, you need to figure out what they are, and you need to say them that way. It's just part and parcel of being an artist. So this has been a very long segue away from the book. But I think that this was an important talk, and I'm glad that people brought it up, and I'm glad that we could talk about it. So, 1 second. I have to drink some liquid. I'm drying out. I'm definitely not just taking a big sip of something and trying to figure out where my paragraph was. Oh, yeah. All right. I do not strongly recommend becoming a helper to a successful artist in order to gain background. More often than not, it is a discouraging experience. The reason is that you are continually matching your humble efforts against the stellar performances of your employer. You are not thinking and observing for yourself. You're usually dreaming, developing an inferiority complex, becoming an imitator. Remember, artists have no jealously guarded professional secrets. Remember, artists have no jealously guarded professional secrets is the greatest condemnation I have ever seen of an AI, bro, and it just open palm slammed into my brain in a 1943 text. Pick up a pencil, bitch. Damn. High school, you were bullied a lot. Oh, same, Kibby. Same. You can take a look at my work, Kibby, if you want to, like, just scroll through, like, my media page and, like, try to find some of my drawings. It's probably easier on co-host because you can just search for Wobbly Python. You'll notice that I draw a lot of characters in vacuums. I draw a lot of, like, characters that are saying something, right? I too could be better about illustrating, like, illustrating with my whole chest, basically. Illustrating from the heart. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Loomis flipping the bird to AI bros with air horns. For sure, 100%. Okay, so how often have I heard students say, if I could just watch that man work, I'm sure I could get ahead. Getting ahead does not happen that way. The only mystery, if such it may be called, is the personal interpretation of the individual artist. He himself probably does not know his own secret. Fundamentals you must master, but you can never do so by watching another man paint. You have to reason them out for yourself. Before you decide what type of drawing you want to concentrate on, it would be wise to consider your particular background of experience. If you have been brought up on a farm, for instance, you are much more likely to succeed in interpreting life on a farm than in depicting Long Island society life. Don't ignore the intimate knowledge you have gained from long, everyday acquaintance. All of us tend to discount our own experience and knowledge, to consider our background dull and commonplace. But that is a serious mistake. God, if only somebody was out here on Twitch saying that, like, hey, you don't think your life is interesting because you're living it. Huh? If only there was a guy who keeps saying that stuff. This is the part where I look deep into your eyes, people. No background is barren of artistic material. The artist who grew up in poverty can create just as much beauty in drawing tumble-down sheds as another artist might in drawing ornate and luxurious settings. As a matter of fact, he is apt to know much more about life, and his art is likely to have a broader appeal. Today, great interest is developed in the American scene. Simple homeliness is its general keynote. Our advertising and much of our illustration, however, demand the sophisticated and the smart. But it is wise to bear in mind this newer trend for which a humble background is no handicap. It is true that most artists must be prepared to handle any sort of subject on demand, but gradually, each one will be chosen for the thing he does best. If you do not want to be typed or cataloged, you will have to work hard to widen your scope. It means learning broad drawing principles. Everything has a proportion, 3 dimensions, texture, color, light, and shadow, so that you will not be floored by commissions that may call for a bit of still life, a landscape, an animal, a particular texture such as satin or knitted wool. If you learn to observe, the demands should not tax your technical capacity, because the rendering is of all form is based upon the way light falls upon it and the way light affects its color and value. Furthermore, you can always do research on any unfamiliar subject. Most artists spend as much time in obtaining suitable data as in actual drawing or painting. The fundamentals of painting and drawing are the same. Perhaps it might be said that drawing, in general, does not attempt to render the subtleties of values, edges, and planes, or modeling that may be obtained in paint. In any medium, however, the artist is confronted with the same problems. He will have to consider the horizon and viewpoint. He will have to set down properly length, breadth, and thickness, insofar as he is able on a flat surface. He will have to consider, in short, the elements that I am talking about in this book. If you search elements of art, there is an entire school of thought on this. There is very, very useful information on it. So that is, put that in a sticky note. Open up notes on Windows. Just carve into the screen of your MacBook. I don't know what they do. The nude human figure must serve as the basis for all figure study. It is impossible to draw the clothed or draped figure without a knowledge of the structure and form of the figure underneath. The artist who cannot put the figure together properly does not have one chance in 1,000 of success, either as a figure draftsman or as a painter. It would be as reasonable to expect to become a surgeon without studying anatomy. If you are offended by the sight of the body, twitch moderation, the Almighty gave us to live in, then put this book aside at once, and likewise, give up all thought of a career in art. Since all of us are either male or female, or I remember this book was published in 1943, so don't worry about that part. Observe people for who they are, please. Hang on. And since the figures of the two sexes differ radically in construction and appearance, a woman in slacks is not a man in pants, even when she has a short haircut. It is fantastic to conceive of a study of figure drawing that did not analyze the many differences. So I know that is a controversial thing, but under the surface of that statement, he is telling you, observe the person. Observe the person. Well, these days it can be, except it's not, is the thing. You're drawing a person. The way that clothes falls on their body is part and parcel with their body that they have. If you're inventing a figure, if you're inventing a character, whatever their frame starts up on, whatever you put clothing, costume, accessories on top of, it is still their body, Whether we use language, male or female, and decide that those are separate is a different thing, right? That is a psychological thing. And again, this book is a product of 1943. So, again, be open to these things. Let's see. I gotta figure out where we were, because I do want to address this stuff, because this is real stuff that will turn people off, right? And I get it, but also you have to be able to be professional about stuff, which is literally what he is talking about in this passage, right? 100%. You gotta be able to see some tits out and not go spring in the back of the class. You have to be an adult. Let's see. I have been getting engaged in almost every type of commercial art, and my experience confirms the fact that the study of the nude is indispensable to any art career that requires figure drawing. A vocational course without such study is a deplorable waste of time. Life classes generally work from a living model. Hence, I have tried to supply drawings that will serve as a substitute. Broadly speaking, there are two kinds of drawing: linear and solid. Linear drawing, for example, a floor plan, embraces design or scale. A solid drawing attempts to render the bulk or three-dimensional quality on a flat plane of paper or canvas. The first involves no consideration of light and shadow. The latter gives it every consideration. It is possible, however, without light and shadow, to make a flat or outline drawing of a figure and still suggest bulk. Therefore, it is logical to begin with the figure in flat dimension. Start out with proportion. Carry it from the flat to the round, and then proceed to render the bulk in space or in terms of light and shadow. The eye perceives form much more readily by contour or edge than by the modeling. Yet, there is really no outline on form. Rather, there is a silhouette of contour, encompassing as much of the form as we can see from a single viewpoint. Whoa, hang on, I hit the thing again. God damn it, I'm going back to the middle page, overcorrecting. 2D, 3D. Think more flat projection versus perspective illustration is what he's talking about. He's saying that we're going to start with some flat projections. Let's see. Where I touched the scroll wheel, it happened. There we go. Proceed to render the bulk in space or in terms of light and shadow. The eye perceives form much more readily by contour or edge than by the modeling. Yet there is really no outline on form. Rather, there's a silhouette of contour, encompassing as much of the form as we can see from a single viewpoint. We must, of necessity, limit that form some way. So we draw a line, an outline. An outline truly belongs within the category of flat rendering, though it can be accompanied by the use of the light. So what he is talking about here is when you are drawing a character, like if you look at me on your screen right now and you see my black edge on the outside of me, that line could be expressed by color. It could. I could just end at yellow or pink or fuchsia at any point. But instead I have these black outlines, and they are an artifact of my 2D projection that I am then translating in these ways to suggest bulk through the use of light and shadow. You can see under my neck where it is dark, where there is shadow, to greater offset you from my chin, right? You can see on the bottom edge of my upper lip where there is shadow to suggest a rounding before the abrupt cutoff. You can see in my heat pits that there is depth because there is value there. It gets darker, it gets deeper, right? You can see in the globes of my cerulean eyes that there is a shadow up top and brightness below, suggesting that you are looking into my eye, right? That is what he is talking about in this passage. Also, I hope that these like breakdowns and translations of his artsy 1940s prose is helpful to people. I hope that this is a good thing. I'm actually taking this as a note from my friend, the Voice of Dog, who plays JRPGs, and I don't understand what's going on until he says what's happening. I love watching the Voice of Dog play a JRPG. Okay. All right, moving on. It's been forever since you've done art theory. Yeah. And like, this is one guy's approach to it. If you don't agree with anything he's saying, like, okay, but I don't think you would like my art very much if you don't agree with anything he's saying. I mean, it's stuff you already know, but I don't know how chat feels about it. Yeah, like there's a lot of you where you're like probably sort of like folding your arms and like kind of nodding and being like, okay, yeah, Wobbly, get on with it. But like, that's the sort of thing that we know because we're practicing artists, we're working artists, we've been here, we've done this stuff. But like, you know, for anybody, some people like they've never heard of Loomis, they don't know who a Rockwell is. Like, so I'm happy to talk about him. I'm happy to help people get started. And having read a lot of these passages now, right, it definitely shows through why I don't make tutorials and why I take issue with a lot of tutorials that are out there. Because a lot of tutorials teach you how to draw one thing. And Loomis and I have spent great breath at this point in our lives, in our careers, like between the publishing of this book and the point of this stream, trying to tell people to study a foundation that will let you draw anything through keen observation, right? So like I'll be honest, I've never read this passage. I have never sat down and read this passage. This is my first time looking at it because the illustrations in this book are so useful. Like, that's part of why I'm picking this book up today. But like, it is scary how much of what I have been saying to people on my streams for like 7 years or something like this now, and what Loomis has put in only his forward and first paragraph are the same. They are the same messages. it's like freaking me out a little bit over here. I'm like smiling a lot, even more so than usual. All right, okay, getting back onto the reading. Light and shadow. The painter dispenses with outline because he can define contours against other masses or build out the form relief by the use of values. Hey, so I segued right before the end of, I guess, the paragraph, in which my segue was the end of the paragraph. So yeah, me and Loomis, we homies, we tight, I guess, in the way that we work. If it ain't Vitruvian, I don't want to know it, man. Well, like, hang on, if I go like one more page, so we'll get there. Going back. Hang out for one more page, Christoph. God, I love this book. Yeah. What is line? In your early 20s, you got obsessed with figure drawing and then it fell off. Well, come back to it. You're not done living, Like again, last year in Holy Smokes, even though pixel stuff is your primary medium, what a difference. Yeah, you've gotten a lot better because you've lived stuff, you've seen stuff, you think about things different. Like, you probably think about things harder. It's really cool. I really like it. Seen that specific proportion illustration so many times, you never knew this author or anything though. Yeah, Mutamu. That's what I'm on about. Like, I've looked at these illustrations, these texts, and worked from them for a long time. But like, yeah, never bad time to pick up an old hobby again, even if you're 91. Absolutely. All right, okay. You must understand the difference between contour and line. A piece of wire represents a line. A contour is an edge. That edge may be a sharp limitation to the form, the edges of, say, a cube, or a rounded and disappearing imitation, the contour of a sphere. Many contours pass in front of one another, like the contours of an undulating landscape. I was literally going to talk about rolling hills when I said and then I thought, oh no, I'm going to let him speak for himself. I'm going to read the rest of the thing. And Jesus Christ. Line figure drawing, even as a landscape drawing, demands foreshortening in order to produce the effect of solid form. Foreshortening is a Googleable term. If this was a Mario game, it'd have an emoji next to it, and it would be a different color. You cannot outline a figure with a bent wire and hope to render its solid aspect. Look for two kinds of lines. The flowing or rhythmic line, weaving it about the form, and, for the sake of stability and structures, the contrasting straight or angular line. Line can have infinite variety, or it can be intensely monotonous. Even if you start with a bent wire, you do not make it entirely monotonous. You can vary the weight of the line. Another highlighted term. When you are drawing a contour that is very near a light area, you can use a light line or even omit it entirely. When the line represents a contour that is dark and strong, you can give it a more weight and vitality. The slightest outline drawing can be inventive and expressive. Take up your pencil and begin to swing it over your paper. Then let it down. That is a free line, a rhythmic line. Now, grasping your pencil lightly between thumb and index finger, draw lightly or delicately. Then bear down as though you really mean it. That is a variable line. See if you can draw a straight line and then set down another parallel to it. That is a studied line. You know, I have one of those grab emotes like Zito has for emote foreshortening. Yo, the grab emote is a really good example of effective foreshortening. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, foreshortening's fun. If you have considered a line as merely a mark, it may be a revelation to you that line alone possesses so much variation that you can worry over it for the rest of your days. I'm going to segue again. We're doing it. We're doing it. I'm segueing. It's happening. Oh, God. Get the helmets, everybody. The segues are out, and we are rolling. I'm just going to grab any one of my drawings really quickly. This one's good. I think this one will do fine. Actually, no, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know about this one. Actually, fuck it. We ball. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. So this is a drawing that does not have a tremendous amount of variation for me in it, right? I'm not varying things like through the whatever. I did a lot of stuff here that was pretty static because I'm still kind of studying this as we go. Right, but you can see up here where I'm using like a little bit of value in like the hair and the face because that's where we put most of our definition because that's most of the time where people look for things. But you can see there's like distinct tapers around the cheek, right? The bicep coming in front of the body is dark and even has like a shadow behind it to help sell its thickness, make it larger, right? And you can see that those are really effective. And less effective, I would say, are like the tufts of hair up here in this ear. Because it gets like very, very thick near the end, and that adds like a lot of weight to this. But more effective are these points over here, because you can see the thinness where they sort of like meter out to like nowhere, and like this is what he's talking about. You can get super caught up in this kind of thing. Let's get a bad illustration that I've done. Something that sucks shit. That's not very good. Oh yeah, here, this bad Dracula. Okay, so one. Oh, that's big. For sure. Hang on. Transform, reset, transform. Whoop. There we go. So this illustration is not very good. The foreshortening on this hand is not very convincing. The line weight is all over the place where I do have it. Just in general. Like, it's not very strong. Over here, this cape is bold as shit for some reason. You know, that does not make any sense. The collars are, like, very thick. Like, whatever. And this illustration is, honestly, it's okay. It's fine for what it's doing. You can see down here, the pants crease is very subtle and, like, gentle, or whatever. Yeah. It's, like, it's got things in front of things, but it doesn't have, like, perspective. I didn't set up a horizon line. I didn't build things correctly, and you can really see that the undersketch is lacking, you know, on, like, this particular piece. But talking about line weight in particular, oh, look, we even have a tangent line where the cape becomes part of his vest. Ugh, God, this is not a very good illustration. What we got? Do I have anything? I've got like a couple of things where like I got really heavy with line and I'm kind of looking for them, but I don't organize my own work very well. I usually organize it by who I did the work for. Okay. Oh, let's talk about one that was very successful that I liked quite a bit. Let's talk about the Metabot Snake Wobbly real quick in terms of line specifically, right? So this is a painted piece. And you can see that we have contour that is being suggested by the light and dark values of, like, the body. You can tell that the light is intense low to the ground because the ground is burning, right? So we have these bright highlights that are low, right? But if you want to talk about line in terms of just the black and white, the ink, right? These shapes on the body, I would go as far as to consider real fat lines a lot of the time, right? You can see over here on like the back plate, on the far right-hand side of the image, we've got this very dainty light sort of like up in the top left. And then on the face that is sort of mirroring the directionality of like the front of the body where there's all this dark shadow, right? It gets real fat, real thick, real strong. The muzzle where like this faceplate is bolted over this underplate, right? You can see that there's a very thick definition, which gives you the idea of a lot of depth, as opposed to the much shallower little edge round closer to the bolt further up the jawline, where that little thin line is giving you the idea that that's a very subtle crease, right? I'm still using dark black. I'm still using these extremes of value of like very bright and very dark, but I am doing it in a way that suggests the depth and the weight here and there and doing these things, you know? And like that's a big part of what he's talking about when he's going into this length about line. So now that I've shown you a practical example of it in my own work, I am going to dive back into the text. Remember that line is something to turn to when your drawings are dull. You can start expressing your individuality with the kinds of line you draw. Now to the figure. What is the height to width relationship of an ideal figure? An ideal figure standing straight must fit within a certain rectangle. What is that rectangle? See drawing, page 26. That's the next page. The simplest and most convenient unit for measuring the figure is the head. A normal person will fall short of our ideal by half of a head. He will measure only 7.5 heads instead of 8. You need not take 8 heads as an absolute measure. Your ideal man may have any proportions you wish, but he is usually made tall. On pages 26 to 29, you'll find various proportions in head units. That's 2 pages from now. Note that at any time, you can vary your proportions to suit the particular problem. Study these carefully and draw them 2 or 3 times, for you will use them, consciously or not. Every time you set up a figure, some artists prefer the legs even a little longer than shown, but if the foot is shown, tipped down in perspective, it will add considerable length and be about right. It is remarkable that most beginners' works look alike. Analyzing it, I have found certain characteristics that should be mentioned here. I suggest that you compare this list with your own work to see if you can locate some of the characteristics for improvement. All right? Ready, chat? Ready? Everybody's got their portfolios in front of them and they're thinking about everything they've ever drawn, right? Consistently gray throughout. So, real quick, I'm just gonna keep using my own work as an example because I have a lot of it. Let me find something here. Pull a thing. God, I'm getting better. Consistently gray throughout. Nope, that's got a lot more depth to it. God, I've been working so hard specifically on this thing. It's actually kind of hard for me to grab one like off the top of the pile very quickly. Yeah. Let me jump over to somebody else that I've been doing lately. That's a pretty good one. Pretty good illustration. Here we go. So this one's going to render a little weird because I used halftones. Your screen, it might look way different. It's going to create a lot of moire patterns. I'm going to set it up so that it doesn't on my screen, I guess. This is supposed to be kind of a moody scene, and I do have some like pretty good contrast between these things. But like, you can see that I'm using the different grays to create this depth throughout. It is very possible to not do that, or to have like one amount of gray that you choose and use a lot, right? This is a thing that like a lot of times people fall into very early on because they either don't push with their pencil very hard, or they are afraid of making marks, really. They're afraid of committing. You know, they're afraid of like really getting in deep. Do I have like some older work from somewhere? That's like the big one. Let me pull up. No, Lucky Bun's art is like all like rich paintings because I fucking love that bunny. Piece of art. Nope, that's not it. God dang it! I've been doing a really good job lately, and I'm happy to celebrate that. But I really wish I had some more dog shit without like going way deep into my archives of old high school work. But I think I might have to. Actually, I'm gonna do that real quick. Let me pull up my reformat back up because I'm gonna find worse work in here, work that needs more work because I believe in doing that. You know, we're reading art theory. Yeah, we're reading Andrew Loomis's Figure Drawing for All It's Worth. Here we go. I'm gonna pull up an old illustration, I guess. Is this? Did I do this? Did I do this or did I just save it? I'm not gonna use that one. I'm not gonna use that one because I'm not sure. Here we go. Here we go. Pull up this chickadee. I know that I painted this. This is a bird. Bird. It's a chickadee specifically. And you might say to yourself that, hey, this isn't a particularly like gray picture. This has got a lot of color in it, right? What he's talking about is like being monotone in your contrast. So give me just 1 second here. I'm going to put a color correction on this, and we're going to just suck it out. We're going to suck the color right out. Look how gray this is. Right? You get these very striking, like, black head and feet zones. But, like, that green in the background is very saturated, very bright. It's not wildly different from the bird. You know, the bird body, for sure, stands out. But, like, look at the wings. Look at the tail. Look at all that. It's pretty harmonious. It's pretty gray. Pretty gray. Yeah, where's really the contours on this chickadee? That is the question. Yeah, value painted. Yep. Let's see. What else do I have? I've got like my old like art and paintings. Where's it at? Armored Adventure Friends. Let me go into my draw friend art. Let me get into some of my 4chan shit. Okay. You can see. Here we go. Let's get into this this pilot. It's like sci-fi pilot character. Right? Once again, this background chair, right? And this is innately a black and white painting, right? I have not color graded this one. Right? This chair could be way darker. Where's the shadow behind this person? Right? Could be way darker. Could push that way darker. That gap between like the body and the chair could push that way darker. The foreshortening, I could do that with value. I could push that way harder. This is work from like 2010, right? Behind the leg, could push that way darker. Where does this leg even end? Push that way darker. Honestly, I could push that way brighter, right? But you'll notice in the background behind the chair, I've used a white canvas. This is why I tell you to draw on a toned piece of paper, right? This is why every artist teaching you tells you to tone your canvas. It's not for eye strain. It's to unfuck your paintings. Because the only direction I could go is down. And this is the byproduct of drawing in pencil forever, where erasing is very difficult and annoying, right? Because, like, I fail to commit. I fail to go hard. This is 100% of why I tell y'all, whenever y'all ask for recommendations on tablets, I tell you to just go steal some sticky notes. Get a white gel pen and do high contrast ballpoint and gel pen art on that stuff. Doing value painting on a black canvas is really neat. Yeah, I've got some of that too. I did that as practice for forever. Do I have any of it just like laying around? I wonder. Oh, here we go. Here's one that's actually good. Right? Look at now I drew like the whole body and I didn't really need to. One, this landscape sucks. For sure. Look at how much work all this contrast is doing. This is from, I think, the same thread where I was just drawing people's OCs on 4chan. I was on the TG boards just drawing stuff, being a draw friend. Right? Look at how much work this value is doing. Look at how I'm pushing into the dark blacks around like the thighs and leg, right? Look at how I'm pushing into the bright whites on the eyes and the bottom of the hair where the fire is going. Yeah, it has a focal point. The light is drawing the eye. It's doing a lot of work. I could go in my modern stuff, I would throw a layer on top of my line work, an add glow layer, take the airbrush pen that I have, I would white that flame the shit out. It would be searing in your eyes, right? But like you can see, even this little bit moving to this mid-tone, like toned canvas has changed my work significantly, right? And that's I'm telling you, the stuff that I am showing you is practical in application, even like to me now, right? To go back to this one and grayscale it, right? You can see I've done exactly that up here on the eye. You can see that the white bloom is running amok over top of my line work and is like lightening it a whole lot. Because I am so willing now to just go, yeah, contrast that shit. Should really make furry art again. I mean, look, there's a very cute snake you could always draw for practice. He's pretty easy. But like this is what Loomis is talking to you about with consistently gray. Don't want to be consistently gray. Let's move on to the next thing. What to do? First, get a soft pencil that will make a good black. He's talking about like a low density charcoal, right? If you go and buy art pencils, he's talking about B. He's talking about the B pencil. Pick out the blacks in your subject and state them strongly. Draw them really rich. Just focus on the darkest shadows and commit like crazy. By contrast, leave areas of white where subject is white or very light alone. Don't do anything with them. Avoid putting overstated grays in the light areas. Just high contrast. All black, all white. Almost like get a black ink pen and a white ink pen and draw with those two. Do not surround things that are light with lines. Heavy lines. Don't do it. All right, so 2. An overabundance of small, fuzzy lines. Do not pet in your line. Draw it cleanly. Draw it with a solid mark. Do not shade with a multitude of pecky strokes. Use the side of the lead of your pencil laid almost flat for your modeling and shadows. So let's talk about that, because I have work that I can show you. Right? I'm not gonna show you this one because it's more of a painting and it applies much less to the concept of line. But where do I have? Here we go. Let's talk about contrast. Big, heavy, big strokes. I made this avatar after playing Cantata. Right? Notice how long and contiguous these marks are. Right? I go pretty hard. Where do you post the art you make? I usually just put it in either the post your art section of my Discord and then send the link over here and just use Discord as my file host. Discord will eventually delete the file, right? Like the link expires because they're tired of like being a file host. But for the purposes of clicking things on Twitch, it's super easy. It's very convenient. All right, hang on. Properties. What else do I have? I have like a bigger version of that somewhere. Oh, here we go. This picture of Chocolate Dave. I'm not scratching them out. I'm doing thick, rich strokes, which in digital art, let me tell y'all, turn your brush stabilization up. Just do it. It's going to help you make a big, strong, confident stroke without spending tens of hours training your shoulder to like let you make a big, strong, confident stroke. It's going to help you a lot. I promise. But like you can see like the through line of like the twist. It's all just like one thing. Up here. All the way down past his arm sticking forward down to his butt. Right? Big old Chocolate Dave. 3. Features misplaced in a head. Learn the construction lines for the head and how they are spaced. There are head drawings in this book. He will show you. Rubbed and dirty. Usually in a roll. Spray your art with a fixative. Never try to break the surface of the paper. It's very bad. If you have done so, start over. Keep your drawings flat. This is for professional work. Don't worry about that. Too many mediums in the same picture. Make your subject with one medium. Do not combine your wax or crayons with pencil or pastel or something else. Make it all pencil, all crayon, all pastel, all watercolor, or all pen and ink. It gives a consistency, a wholeness. Later on, you can combine different mediums effectively, but don't start that way. Don't start by just throwing a bunch of stuff around stuff. 6. The tendency to use tinted papers. A black and white drawing looks better on white paper than anything else. If you have to use tinted paper, then work in a color that is harmonious. For instance, a brown or a red coot crayon or a tan on cream paper. It's better to put your color on white for clarity. Now, this is a bit of a dated stylistic idea that Loomis is presenting. Right? I tell you to draw on tinted papers explicitly because I want you to have the range to be able to draw up or down while you're doing stuff. I want you to be able to build your contrast that way, right? While you are learning and doing stuff. If you are delivering an illustration that is just black and white line work and like maybe ink fill, right? He's right. Hard black, hard white does work best. It works best if you're trying to translate it to something that you're going to like, a 3D stencil, a CNC route. That's what it is, like convert to vectors or whatever. He's right. You want maximum contrast. He's right. I can't fight him on it. But for the purposes of learning, purposes of doing stuff, toned paper, it's real good. It's real good for learning about light and shadow. Copies of movie stars. This gets intensely monotonous to anybody inspecting a beginner's work. The heads are usually badly lighted from a drawing standpoint. Take a head that is not well known. This dude is just tired of looking at stuff. Where's the Discord? My patrons Discord is linked in the bottom. I do paywall it for either a sub, or if you go to patreon.com and just give me $1, because I have to moderate it and like all that sort of stuff. So my Discord may not be useful, but you can link from just any Discord where there's like an art share thing. And I would encourage you to share your art places, you know? Bad arrangement. If you're doing a vignetted head, plan interesting and attractive shapes. Don't run over the edge of the paper unless the whole space is to be squared off. He is again talking about like plan your stuff ahead of time. I don't think that 8 is particularly useful, but it's something to watch. It's paywalled. Again, you can just post it to any Discord server, right? You can DM it to your friend, copy the link, and then just paste it in chat, and like I'll look at it. Is this a one payment thing or is it manually? It is a monthly thing. It is monthly. A monthly $1 fee to be in the Discord is, I'm not asking a lot, frankly. Yeah, literal singular $1 is not, I don't think, too crazy. Especially since I have to maintain and like moderate. I chase bots out of there. Like it's work for me to keep that space in general. So yeah. Yeah, Twitch subs work. If you're Prime subbed or you're regular subbed and you've linked your Twitch and your Discord account, it absolutely just like lets you back in. Yeah. Don't know how to pay patrons and stuff. Yeah, it's like PayPal and things like that. Don't even use Amazon Prime. No, I get it. Like it's fine. But again, like it doesn't have to be my Discord. You can just post it in any Discord server. You can make a Discord server, paste the art in there, copy the link to the art, and then paste it in chat. Like it's not necessary to be in my patrons Discord. Like that is why also it is paywall. Yeah. You can just do it anywhere. Highly recommend making your own Discord. I use my own Discord. I have like a second more private Discord server that is just me, and I just keep notes in it because it's a really good notes app. It's got like a search function. I can pin stuff that's really important. I can post links and they embed, so I know what the fuck I did with it. I can access it remotely from anywhere that I can log into Discord. And further, like I use Google Drive spreadsheets to keep on top of things like my vehicle maintenance, like how many miles, when was the last date of this service done, or blah 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 blah. You know, so like Discord's as much as we shit on Discord for hoarding a lot of information, it's super useful. Rose not use Discord DMs to keep track of everything that needs links. Oh yeah, me and like my housemate talk more on Discord than like we do in person because like we have a record, you know. You said you were gonna stop piling your dishes in the sink, Wobbly. Oh yeah, I fucking did. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole. That sucks. Like you know, that kind of thing. It's really useful. It's not just a messenger app. You can use it for all sorts of things. 9. Highlights in chalk. It takes a very skillful artist to do this successfully. No, it fucking doesn't. You just have to understand light. Put it in the right places. It's just a matter of practice. 10. Uninteresting subjects. Just a cool costume doesn't make a picture. Every picture should have some interest if possible, other than technical demonstration. Heads should portray character and emotions or expressions. Other subjects should have mood or action or sentiment to make interesting. You see this one all the time when people say, I drew my OC, and it's the pose. It's the arms, like shoulders square, arms straight down, perfect proportion, staring straight ahead of the camera. And it sucks. The most boring picture to ever suck air. You could draw Sephiroth that way, the one-winged angel that everybody loves. It's boring. Don't do that. So, like, I agree with Loomis on that one. But, like, hey, folks, this is a moment where you can open your pictures folder. Open your pictures folder. Take a look at it. If you're looking at this and you go, oh, yeah, I'm doing some of that. I keep drawing my guys from the same angle. Everybody's got the same neutral expression, right? You know? I've got scratchy, shitty, sucky line art. Do not say I should quit. That's quitter talk. Literally. Don't beat yourself up about it. Don't do it. This is a waste of time. Like, don't do that. Instead, go, I can focus on these things. I can work on my posing. I can draw better stuff. If we aren't doing some weird JoJo pose where we're really... Honestly, I watched JoJo Bizarre Adventure and my poses got better. I watched anime. And it made me a better artist. Not a thing that's not usually the order that goes in. But like, you know. Just realized this is the first time you've ever drawn a snake. Yeah. Yep. All right. So watercolor is perhaps the most tricky medium of it all. Yet most beginners take to it. Remember those like palettes that you give children of dried watercolor discs? And you have that shitty plastic brush. 90s kids, y'all remember this? And then you were supposed to draw good art with it. This passage is for you. Watercolor, to be effective, should be broad in treatment with large, loose washes and not too finicky. If you find yourself stippling and pecking, you can be pretty sure it will not be liked. Hey, you remember those shitty watercolor palettes? I sure remember those things. Watercolor should have a feeling of the accidental, or color that has done something of its own and just dried that way. Lovely effects are obtained by dampening an area first and then flowing the color into the wet area. Use a real watercolor paper or board, or it can get very messy on soft and absorbent papers. The less you have to go over what you have once put down, the better. Generally, watercolorists prefer to not leave a lot of pencil, especially dark or shaded pencil showing through. Some watercolorists work by washing in a general tone, scrubbing out the lights with a soft sponge or brush, and washing in the halftones and darks over the original tone. If you are unable to handle watercolor in any other way than by pecking in little strokes, I suggest you try pastel, which can be spread and rubbed at will. Oil paint has the advantage that it stays wet long enough to maneuver the color as you wish. Wait, hang on. Whoa, did I go the wrong way? Oh, nope, that's just it. That's just the end of the sentence. Now, add to that, everybody, acrylic paints if you want to just go straight into painting. I think that Loomis covered like half a watercolor technique book in that paragraph and change. Yes, Beauty Joe. I'm going to be honest. I don't like watercolor. I use it. I use it in my own work. Some of my most recent and best work of like Wobbly Python, the character. Hang on, let me find my Metal Gear Arc pictures. Yeah, here we go. Now I mimicked a watercolor style for this. Also, you can really see me pushing hard on contrast, accentuating expression, pose, contrast in line, doing watercolor stuff. Let me get the color back into it as well for everybody. Filters. There we go. I was gonna turn that off for now. Right. You can see I'm doing a lot of that stuff. I'm gonna be real, this is mostly just like painted normal way. Right. I used a watercolor style brush, but like a lot of this like blobbing was like me blobbing a thing on with like a big soft brush and then setting it to the transparent like erase mode with the C button in Clip Studio Paint and scrubbing it back out to get the white highlights. Doing this with real watercolor sucks. It's such a pain in the ass. Literally what he is describing here of like taking something abrasive and scrubbing it out of there. Like it's not great. Also, I added these speckles in later with like a splash brush with white, which if you're going to do this in like physicality, you would have to like get a toothbrush, wet it with white paint, and like rub the toothbrush so that it like flecks onto the paper. It's such a pain. Digital's great and everything, but like, God, working with physical watercolor is such a chore. It's so wild. It's so hard to do. All right. Anyway, moving on. Anyway, it is funny that we give that to beginners. What's my hair made of? It's hair. It's made of hair. Keratin. All right. Let's move on to these ideal proportion figures. Right? This hair? Yeah. I grow my own pompadour. Okay. So, ideal proportion, male. Head units 8. right? And you can see here that like at roughly, 4, we've got our exact midpoint for the figure, the hips, because your legs are roughly as long as the top of your body. You can spend a lot of time breaking this figure down for yourself, right? And I would urge you to do so, just in general. We've got, male and female proportions. Again, it's still 8 head units. Maybe the jaw is slightly smaller, as that like stacks to the effect of making the figure shorter, but take any desired height or place points for the top of the head and the heels. Divide into eighths. 2 1/3 of these figures will be the relative width for the male figure. It is not necessary at this stage to attempt to render the anatomy correctly, but fix in your mind the divisions. Draw the figure in the 3 positions: front, side, back. Note the comparative widths at shoulders, hips, and calves. Note that the space between nipples is 1 head unit, the waist is a little wider than 1 head unit, the wrist drops gently below the crotch, the elbows are about on a line with the navel. The knees are just above the lower quarter of the figure, the shoulders are 1/6 of the way down, the proportions are also given in feet so that you may accurately relate your figure to furniture and interiors. This is stuff that makes sense the more you do it, right? If you know how big the head of your character is in perspective, you can then, like, if you take your pen, right? Take your pen in your fist. Pull your thumb out of your fist. Take your pen and put the tip at the top of your character's head. Put your thumb at the bottom. You have made a ruler. You can now hold this in front of your character and walk it directions, right? You can do it with this on his ruler that he's provided to the side of each character, right? And you can see these measurements. And so that's the easy way to do it. So if you ever have seen an artist in a piece of media close an eye, stick his thumb on his pencil, stick out his tongue, and do that shit, he's exaggerating that behavior, and it's a useful behavior. Okay, moving on. Also, you can tell that this book was published in the 1940s because the ideal proportions for a female figure has her nude, but she's still wearing fucking heels. That is one thing about this book that I hate. Anyway, but it was the 40s, and we're going to be a little weird about it. The female figure is relatively narrower, 2 heads at the widest point, not 2 1/3. The nipples are slightly lower than in a male for the obvious reason of mass, a little bit sagging. In front, the thighs are slightly wider than the armpits, narrower in the back. This is not like a hard and fast rule. Again, 40s book. Narrower in the back. It's optional whether or not you draw the legs even a little longer from the knees down. Wrists are even with crotch. 5 feet 8 inches in heels. In heels is considered an ideal height for a girl. Actually, of course, the average girl has shorter legs and somewhat heavier thighs. Note carefully that the female navel is below the waistline. The male, or above, or even with it. The nipples and the navel are 1 head apart, but both are dropped below the head divisions. The elbow is above the navel. It is important that you learn the variations between the male and the female figure. Now, a lot of that stuff is not particularly useful in a modern sense, right? But like learning the proportions of one thing in relation to a central fixture, of which everybody's head is usually about, quote unquote, in proportion with their body. And if it's not, exaggerate that. Do things with it. You can see at a glance why the actual normal proportions are not very satisfactory. All academic drawings based on normal proportions have this dumpy, old-fashioned look. Most fashion artists stretch the figure even beyond 8 heads in an allegorical of heroic figures. The superhuman type, 9 heads, may be used effectively. Note at what point or head unit the middle of the figure falls in each. It would be well to draw the side and back in these various proportions using the previous page for a general rule, but changing the proportion. You can control the appearance of height or shortness in any figure by the relative size of the head that you use. So yeah. Jim Balance saw that woman and said, but what if balloon titties? I mean, so did most furry artists. Let's be real here. Okay, so give me a second here. I am going to take the page down for just a second, because lingering on it is probably the kind of thing that like Twitch would get mad at me about. But I'm going to look up a picture of Superman. We're going to see how many heads he's got. Here we go. Let me see if this will show up. There it is. Properties. Hang on, maybe I can find this picture but larger. Nope, this is just how big it is, I guess. Anyway, we're gonna make that link shorter. All right, fine. Actually, no, it's probably like 800 by 600. Wow, shit. Okay. All right. Trying to get this whole Superman on here without like murdering. Actually, wait, I can just look at the properties. Inspect. How big is this? How big is this picture? Show me the dimensions. 247 by 405? That's all the bigger this picture of Superman is? Holy shit. Yep, that's as big as it is. All right, neat. That means that it's probably going to be whatever. Hang on, real quick. I'm going to add a color source here. I'm going to make it like a nice error message blue. And then we're just going to scale it on the screen until we have roughly the size of one Superman head. We're gonna just do this exercise in real time. So we're talking real wibbly wobbly leg there. Yeah, exactly. You know, exaggerate features, do stuff like this. It's fine. All right, so we're gonna take this real quick. So Superman, you want to talk about superhuman figures? This man is literally super. It's in his name. This is Superman. Right? We all understand this. Okay, good. So he's got 1, 2. Hang on. His nipples are at 2. Actually, no, his nipples are above 2, partly because of the perspective that we're in. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. We're at 8 here, but his leg's a little bent. We're at like 9, maybe even 10 heads, right? And that is a real big super figure man. 9 to 10 heads. Massive lad. Absolute bazonkers how big that boy is, right? Let's now look at our scrungliest, funniest little guy. If we can find a picture of him. One second. Here he is. Found it. Okay. So gonna just get this image link here real quick. Let's talk about what these heads and proportions can do for a character. We've been over this a little bit to begin with, but where's my... There it is. There's my stream browser. So let's make just the littlest guy possible. This here's Dr. Dubs. Dr. Dubs is an adorable little scrungle. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. There it is. Let's remeasure our proportion of a head. So we got 1 head and a half. Maybe 2. So, you know, do with this information what you will. Also, big shout out to Dr. Dubs. If you like art, and you're not following Mighty Dubs, then you've goofed. You've goofed up. You've made a mistake. Hang on. I gotta. Oh my god. Why am I blanking? Oh, okay. So he's Dr._Dubs. On Twitter, he's like Mighty Dubs or something. So, you know, click that button. Yeah, that's the boy. That's the avatar. You drew? Where you post though? Did you put link? All right. Where is my stream browser? Okay. Let's see. Moment, please. There you go. There you go. Let's get down to business. Where's my capturables? There we go. All right. So back to our book here. These see. Note at what point or head unit the middle of the figure falls in each. It would be well to draw the side and back in these various proportions using the previous page. Basically, practice. Practice. These proportions have been worked out with a great deal of effort, and as far as I know, have never been put down for the artist. The scale assumes that the child will grow to be an ideal adult of 8 head units. If, for instance, you want to draw a man or a woman about a half a head shorter than you would draw the man with a 5-year-old body, with a 5-year-old boy, you would have his relative height. Children under 10 are made a little shorter and chubbier than normal, since effect is considered more desirable. Those over 10, a little taller than normal, for the same reason. Here we go. There it is. Oh, that's really good. you got good volume on Jan Pompadour there. All right, so let's take a look at these diagrams real quick, because these are important. If you have been doing drawbox.com, this should look real familiar. Should look real familiar if you have been doing drawbox.com. Because those are boxes, right? That's boxes. That's boxes. They're even the sitting diagram. Even the sitting diagram in the center of the page down below. Yeah, them's boxes. Why do you think I keep telling everybody to go draw boxes? Do you all see now? Is it starting to come together why Wobbly Python is box obsessed? Like, I beg of thee, go give Drawbox a chance, because it comes together later in subsequent texts when you continue studying and you've developed your desire to draw things. All right, so how to project the flat diagram onto the ground plane. This will prove most useful when you have to draw a model in foreshortening, which, you know, every drawing. Fill in the 16 units by following the flat diagram. Learn later how to build the solid from the flat in the diagram. We'll talk about it later. Shadows can be drawn by this plan. It's a guide for the solid in perspective. The flat diagram is no more than a tracing of a shadow. Only 2 dimensions, but it is our map. We can't do without it until we know the way. Let's see. What else? 2 ways of rendering the box of the flat diagram in perspective. You're urged to learn this now. It will help you with many difficulties later on. I mean, that's what I do, Kibby, though. That's the core of the stream. That's the beating heart of why I'm here. Showing how the principle applies to difficult foreshortening will be explained. Important uses of the map. You can see where these elbows and stuff form out to. All points of the figure can be put in perspective with the map as a guide. Quick setups in perspective. Quick setup of the map. My favorite illustration for this, the thing that I think is most important really to take away from the page, aside from, yeah, you can grid out and like make your figure out of shapes, whatever, fuck that. Look at these people standing here in a field. These cardboard standees. They're all perfectly in perspective. You have your horizon line. You have your vanishing points. You have the way that the cube projections from drawbox.com will project out, and then you can map more complicated figures onto them. If you haven't been doing drawbox.com, or you've been like really averse to it, this isn't going to be super useful for you. I'm sorry. You have to understand those techniques, and this is part of why I don't like do lessons, because all I'm going to do is make you draw cubes, and there's free shit online. Let's move on to the next page. Quick setups of proportions. So again, we've got another illustration of our like idealized 1950s woman. One thing that I think is really notable, though, is this guy down here in the corner. Look at him just getting into his sassy JoJo pose. All he did was take the lines that are formed by the shoulders and the hips and just contrapose them a little bit. Shoulders down one way, hips up the other way. Now he's just putting his weight on a leg. That's it. Yeah, sass pose, easy. You can see right? With the shoulder up, it pulls the elbow up, pulls the wrist up. You can just map it all. It's when people tell me that they can't picture things in their heads and they can't, like, whatever, it's measurement. People are rulers. You start with a head, and you can, like, shift these things around and move them in these ways. It's not about, at this level, you know, expressing your true self and finding your feelings and delivering the soul of an artist to the canvas to find your principled message, as we were talking about earlier. It's not about that right now. It is about just answering questions. Oh, you want this man's shoulder to be up. What else goes up? Where's his hand now? It's just a little higher, right? You can figure that out by just expressing its relationship to the other parts of the body. And that is why proportion is important, right? Proportions by arcs is really interesting. You can see this gal doing her toe touchy as well. You can follow the curve. And with that curve, you could draw that spine at any proportion of bend. Any amount of bend is now possible because you've just made a ruler, right? You understand what a 90-degree angle is. Okay, use that to measure a 30, a 60, a 42. Doesn't matter, right? You can see here, right? We've got the full heights, but if you just subtract, you know, the thigh zone, you now have a seated height. You can judge and predict how far that's going to be. And who was it who was saying, I don't want a thing unless it's Vitruvian? Behold! Behold the arcs, my guy! There they are. Did it. You can see all the curves. You can see all the new poses. You can see all the changes. And if you take those arcs, and this is later in the book we deal with this. I'm going to go back a page. You take those arcs and you distort those in the same sort of perspective way that you've been distorting these rectangles. You now have the curves for a person reaching toward or away from the screen. It's all just build rulers. It's not about picturing a cow in your head and rotating him in the aerodynamic wind tunnel of your mind's eye. It's answer questions. But you need to know what questions to ask, and that's what these tools are very useful for. Next page. Proportion in relation to the horizon. How to build your picture and figures from any eye level or horizon. It's the same thing. The horizon is just your eye level. Right. Select a placement. Establish height in the first figure. Any height will do. Set a point for the feet of the second figure. Literally anywhere. Draw the line through that point to the horizon. Then back to the first one. You now have the new height. That line between those 2 points, done. Build figures if you want more. Take another point, D through C through the horizon. This gets more complicated when you start using, 3-point perspective, which is useful for like bird's eye views and stuff. But again, if you aren't comfortable with like 1, 2, and 3-point perspective illustrations, drawabox.com is there for you. They are the course that will teach you those things, and then you can take those skills. Honestly, just the first chapter will be good enough of Drawbox, like first and second chapters, where they have you draw a bunch of boxes to make you understand how this works, if not why it works. And then after that, it's practice, right? How to lay out thumbnails and sketches, figure placement, sizes, right? One figure, you can get any number. Take a little off for a woman's figure, of course, because all women were short or whatever. No, I stand a big lady. I like uppies. Uppies, please. Let's see. Here are 2 levels, right? Guy standing on a ledge is really interesting. Oh, wait, he's standing like kind of behind the stairs. His feet disappear. Huh, that's interesting. But yeah, you can see it translate. You gotta spend some time with these illustrations. But again, you can find this book on archive.org, the internet's library. Which I know that like some people say that it's like a repository for software or whatever, but like no, it's literally a library. We checked a book out from it. I also really enjoy this page, the John and Mary problem. This was my demo when I first switched over here. John and Mary, how they look as if they are sitting near them on sand. Picture changes If we stand, the horizon goes up alongside us. And if we lie down, the horizon drops down too. Perspective changes. We walk backwards and upward onto the beach, and the horizon rises well above them. If we get beneath them, so does the horizon. The figures change even more. Horizon moves up beyond the picture, but its effect is still there. Even when we see them from nearly directly overhead. No matter. Where we are, every figure is affected by our own eye level or the horizon line. Some things that may happen when figures are not related to a single true horizon. Figures appear tipped or somehow wrong. John is falling. Mary is doing cool gymnastics on her hand. Mary gets real big. May get real tiny. Maybe she's diving or something. Oh, I noticed that his foot line for her becomes a fin. That's cute. And then your drawing gets rejected by the agency that has commissioned your drawing from you. Moving on. Finding proportion at any spot in your picture. Many artists have difficulty in placing figures in their picture and properly relating them to each other. Especially if the complete figure is not shown. The solution is to draw a key figure for standing or sitting poses. Either the whole figure or any part of it can then be scaled with the horizon. AB is taken as the head measurement and applies to all standing figures. CD to the sitting figure. This applies when all figures are on the same ground plane. On page 37, there's an explanation of how to proceed when the figures are at different heights. You can place a point anywhere within your space and find the relative size of the figure or proportion of the figure at precisely that spot. Obviously, everything else should be drawn to the same horizon and scaled so that the figures are relative. For instance, draw a key horse or cow or chair or boat. The important thing is that all figures retain their size relationship no matter how close or distant. A picture can have only one horizon and only one station point. The horizon moves up or down with the observer. It is not possible to look over the horizon, for it is constituted by the eye level or lens level of the subject. The horizon, on an open, flat plane of land or water, is visible. Among hills or indoors, it may not actually be visible, but your eye level determines it. If you do not understand perspective, there is a good book on the subject, Perspective Made Easy, available at most booksellers. I recommend drawabox.com. Don't even got to go to a bookseller. Andrew Loomis telling you again the stuff that I tell you all the time. I'm appealing to authority at this point in all of my arguments about this subject matter. You can hang your figures on the horizon line by making it cut through similar figures in the same place. This keeps them on the same ground plane. Note, horizon cuts men at the waist and seated women at the chin. The one standing woman at left is drawn relative to the men. Simple? So, let's take a look at this. Draw an orb. That's like lesson 3 of Drawbox. Like, I know you're doing a joke, but like, yeah, no shit. So let's take a look at this illustration up in the top corner that he's talking about, where he's talking about hanging figures. So what he's done is he's taken like the belt line of each one of these men on this beach scene. And the belt happens to be at the same height as the horizon, right? And so even with like a little bit of leaning, like this gentleman over here on the far left, leaning towards this gal who's a little shorter because that's the models that he hired for this illustration in 1943. You can see all of them look like they're standing on the same beach. And that's huge. That's a huge thing for a lot of people. And I know that doesn't sound like it. It sounds like, well, yeah, of course. But like, if you've tried any drawing at all, you know. Give me an even dozen of the highest waists that you have. It was the 40s. But you can also see that same thing. Oh, god damn it. Sorry. I scrolled again. Touched my mouse. You can see here that he is trying to set all of these women. Their chin is at the horizon line, right? Because the way that this projects, if all of them are sitting in the same way, right? the chin will always be projected at that height, you know? Yeah, if horizons or proportions are off, you may not be able to tell right away, but it will look incorrect. And that is, yes. You can find any artist's work, and you can do this to it, right? 2 characters, same scene, throw, like, identify for, yeah, actually, let's just do that really quick. It's a good scene for this. I'm just gonna go to reddit.com/r/furry_IRL. See if I can find a crowd scene that somebody has drawn. Let's analyze it real quick. Like, usually it's comics or whatever. I'm doing this specifically through the lens of furry art because I would just like people to draw more stuff without, like, getting super hung up on, like, being a fine artist. But, like, this works for everything, right? Here we go. Actually, this one's pretty good. This one will do. Copy image link. I also like doing this with art that, like, you would actually just look at, right? Because a lot of times people are like, oh, well, this is art for a museum and this isn't. And, like, that's dumb. That's dumb and stupid. Don't worry about that. It sucks. All right. So where's my thing for this? Here we go. Stream browser. This one's just going to be 800 by 800. I can already tell this image is a square. I already tell that it's going to be way too large. Okay. So let's do this real quick. So let's take a look at this comic, which is about a couple of people meeting up and taking a nap. Literally just taking a nap. It's cute. I like it. This goes back to that, like, sort of Rockwellian, like, emotional attachment that I'm, like, a big fan of. Let's pull our little color source back out here, and this time we're going to use it to define our horizon line, right? Oh god, did I gotta stretch it all funny to make this work. There we go. Okay, so now we have this little thing, which we'll use here. So I can drag this around the screen. I can show it to you. So our horizon line here is probably the bottom of the page, right? Somewhere up there. You can see here from the shoulders that the character on the left is projected very flatly, right? But there's still, like, a little there. So it's actually probably low, right? For perspective. And they may also be holding their shoulders at different heights. So it's not something that super needs to be matched. But I really like this panel over here, right? On the right-hand side here. Because we can hang these figures, right, by sort of, like, the neckline area. And that puts our horizon line out here, right? Because we established that one is a little bit shorter, so there's a little bit of leeway on the left. And then if we take our line and we tilt it, and we project it through, right, off of our perspective, you can see that, like, oh hey, chest to chest, you know, nice line can be drawn there. So even in this, like, sort of little doodle post scribble thing, even if you don't see it or you're not super looking for it hard, this stuff matters. This is the sort of thing where, like, you go, my thing doesn't look quite right. Why? And this is why. Right? So you can use these tricks to answer these questions. But as we can see in a few other subsections of the image, right, if the question never comes up, you don't have to answer it. Right? Like the angle of the shoulders in panel 1 for the character on the left. Right? You know, it doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about it. Nobody cares. Maybe it's posturing. Maybe it's changing. One person's got their elbow up on the door frame. Right? Whatever. It's fine. Nobody cares. It is not necessary to answer the question in the image, so don't. All right, moving on. Where are we here? Where did I read the whole thing? Yeah, I did. Okay. You can also hang heads on the horizon. In this case, it cuts the men's heads of the mouth and the women of the eyes, right? Just, you know, packing a bunch of people into a tight frame for, like, I don't know, Marvel comic or something. Here we have measured a proportionate distance down from the horizon. I have taken 2 heads as optimal space. So he's taken a head, right? And then he has measured that head 2 times upwards to hit the horizon line. So it's just a flat line going across, but like everybody in this crowd is standing at the correct height. We begin to draw your mannequin frame. The first problem, how is weight carried? So you can see that the pose, he's like shifting weight from like one leg to another. Side, weight on right foot, weight on left foot. Very sassy weight on left foot. Look at that. But you can see that like even Loomis, you know, for as nice as his illustrations have been, you know, he is setting things. Is the weight on your feet? Is it on your pelvis? You know, is it on your knee? Is it on both knees? Hands and knees? Let's see. Where is like your center of sort of gravity on a guy? And you can see here these stationary poses where he's got this triangle where the character fits very neatly inside of the triangle, right? Got to rhythm a little bit with that shit. I mean, that's real though. That's real. You're right. You're correct. You're bang on the money, Christoph. If you're drawing a character and you think his pose is a little static, give him a little bit of that shimmy. Give him a little bit of that sass, right? It'll make him look human. It'll make him look comfortable or uncomfortable even, you know? If you square him up too hard, it looks unnatural and people will be put off. Now, this triangle is not something I use very much. I should do that. I should take a look at my own art, but making a triangle live in OBS, that's harder than making a line, so I'm not going to do that right now. Maybe what we'll do is another stream where I look through here and I just kind of like tear myself down a little bit. If you look at Zito's drawings, Zito, one, is like college trained, like went to school for this stuff, and I'm mostly self-taught because I went to college for like a semester and I was just like, hey, wait a minute. And then I didn't finish that out. Actually, a bunch of other stuff happened and I was kind of forced out of it. I'd like to go back maybe, but probably not for illustration. If I figure out what a surefire job is, I'll do that. But like, for now, I'm happy doing what I'm doing. So yeah, curved lines for movement and grace. Don't use right angles if you can avoid it. Yeah, you can see that like the right angle of this leg in the middle column, far right, it does feel a little static. Anyway, next page. Details of the mannequin frame. He's talking about sort of like the shoulders and the way that like your scapulas come down to the back, makes sort of that cape shape. This is stuff that I need to practice. I'm really bad about giving people sort of their like wing muscles down underneath their armpits. I'm really bad at broadening figures out. And part of that, if you've seen photos of me, is I'm a rectangle myself. I don't have like the narrowed hips that like this model does. I am a brick of a person. I have a very non-dynamic vibe if you see me physically. And then I spent a bunch of time cycling, so I actually got a powerful booty. So yeah, most dudes do not have that idealized wedge shape without a lot of working out. Yeah, and I'd like to do a lot of working out, but frankly, folks, like I have to pay bills, so I stream a lot, which makes me sedentary. Anyway, not starting an OnlyFans to fund my gym habits. Thank you. All the time you spend on this fellow pays big dividends. Learn about him. Yeah. You'll also notice that like his bones for the hip are kind of anatomically accurate. Like he's got that little jut out of like the bones. Post the snake. Oh Lord, no. Yeah. Experiment. Fuck around with this guy. Draw him a lot. I also do enjoy that somebody did point out that like, yeah. You got a bit of a centaur action going on up there. You can see some like good lines of action going on. You can see that like the second figure, I would say that his punch feels awkward. Because it doesn't like drive all the way down into his foot, but that's just me and my tendency to like really push poses and exaggerate. Next page. Outlines in relation to solid form. Let us assume that we have outlines of 3 circles set on 3 adjacent planes. X, Y, Z, you know, projections. All solids must have 3 dimensions: length, breadth, thickness. Set on a rectangle. And honestly, a little bit, Kibby. A little bit. My like shoulders and hips are like the same, which makes a lot of these illustrations like kind of interesting. Yeah. Hey, this is what Wobbly's always going on about. That he never fucking shuts up about. Yeah. By moving circles forward to a common center, we produce a solid ball. Now you take a common object. Outlines of each plane may be different, but put together form the solid. And some of you might recognize my coil technique is sort of born from this, because what is the coil if not me just drawing a shitload of little circles really fast, right, to outline the form, right? And that comes from my understanding of perspective. So again, drawbox.com, very useful. If you want to make a 3D model of a thingy or a dude, you do this. Yeah. Correct. So in drawing, we must always try to feel the middle contours as well as the edges. The outlines alone can suggest solidity. Watch how edges pass one another. So there he's talking a little bit about foreshortening. You can see it sort of in like the arms and the pectorals of the illustration very hard. You can see where the pec on the right sticks out past the bicep a little bit, and that covers it up. And that's something that we'll cover more later, I hope. And if not, I'll talk about it. I'll talk about foreshortening. But foreshortening is very much one of those words that is like, it's green and has a picture of Luigi's bulbous nose, you know, like covering up his mustache. The foregoing has given us a general framework to which we can now add a simplification of the bulk or solid aspect of the figure. It would be both tedious and superfluous if every time we drew a figure, we went through the whole procedure of figure drawing. The artist will want to make roughs and sketches and can serve as an understructure for pose or action, perhaps to cover with clothing, perhaps to work out a pose that he will finish with a model. We must have some direct and quick way of indicating or setting up an experimental figure, one with which we can tell the story. The figure setup, as suggested in the following pages, will usually suffice. Properly done, it can always be developed into the more finished drawing. When you draw a mannequin figure, you need not be greatly concerned with your actual muscles or how they affect the surface. The mannequin in drawing is used much as is a lay figure to indicate joints and the general proportion of framework and masses. The mannequin serves a double purpose here. I believe that the student will do much better to set up the figure this way and get the feel of its part in action than to begin at once with the live model. It will not only serve for rough sketches, but will also become an ideal approach to the actual drawing of the figure from life or copy. If you have the frame and masses to begin with, you can later break them down into actual bones and muscles. Then you can more easily grasp the placing and functions of the muscles and what they do to the surface. I am of the opinion that to teach anatomy before proportion, before bulk and mass and action, is to put the cart before the horse. You cannot draw a muscle correctly without a fair estimate of the area it occupies within the figure, without an understanding of why it is there and how it works. Think of the figure in a plastic sense, or as something with 3 dimensions. It has weight that must be held up by a framework, which is extremely mobile. The fleshy masses or bulk follows the frame. Some of these masses are knit together quite closely and adhere to the bony structure, whereas other masses are full and thick and will be affected in appearance by action. Think of the flab on your arm, right? Think of being sat in a Miyazaki-ass rocket launching catapult device on top of Laputa or whatever. Think about being accelerated very hard and freeze it in your heart. What parts of your body sag backwards as you are pushed into this seat that is launching you off of a rooftop? Right? You know, like the way that your cheeks might sallow and squish backwards and down, the way that your bicep may be flabby and loose and fall away a little bit from like the bone underneath it. That's what he's talking about. For me, my gut, my love handles are gonna squish and stretch, right? And that's the kind of surface that he's talking about, like moving disaffected from like the bones. Yeah, squimsh for sure. For sure, I got a lot of squimsh. If you've never studied anatomy, you may not know that the muscles fall naturally into groups or chunks attached in certain ways to the frame. We will not treat their physiological detail here, but consider them merely as parts interlocked or wedged together. Hence, the human figure looks very much like our mannequin. The thorax or chest is egg-shaped, and as far as we are concerned, hollow. Over it is draped cape of muscles extending across the chest and down the back to the base of the spine. Over the cape, in front, lie the shoulder muscles. The buttocks start halfway around the back, from the hips and slant downward, ending in rather square creases. A V is formed. Not me. I got a fat round booty. A V is formed by the slant above the middle crease. There's actually a V-shaped bone here, wedged between the two pelvic bones that support the spine. The chest is joined to the hips by two masses on either side. In back, the calf wedges into the thigh, and in front, there is a bulge of the knee. Learn to draw this mannequin as well as you can. You will use it much more often than a careful anatomical renderings. Since it is in proportion in bulk and frame, it may also be treated in perspective. No artist could possibly afford a model for all this rough preliminary work. For layout and ideas, yet he cannot intelligently approach his final work without a preliminary draft. If only art directors would base their layouts on such mannequin figures, the finished figures would all stand on the same floor, and heads would not run off the page when drawn correctly. Ever thought about just being a teacher? Yes, I have. I've thought about being a teacher, and then I look at how much it pays, and I realize that I could potentially make as much on Twitch. So please like, comment, subscribe. I thought larger people would also have a V, just more about a U shape. Yeah, probably. Hey, subscribing does get you ad-free viewing. Whoa. Adding bulk to the frame, groups of muscles, simplified. Again, like these sort of like wing muscles underneath the. Hang on, can I show my cursor on this? Let me fix this. Properties. Oh, it says capture cursor. I'm just not in the. Not a very big cursor. That's me. Oops. Okay. Is it in there? No, it's not capturing the point. All right, doesn't matter. Other muscle groups simplified. Now, this probably looks really familiar. I could see, if desired, putting together some instructional videos with various bits out of this, but that is a lot of work. Yes, that is the kind of thing where, like, I don't know, maybe I should, like, make it a tier, you know? But, like, I still have, like, some, I still have Dokapon with Cedo, Ryudo, and Juker to get for you guys. I still have game shows that I need to produce, right? Like, there's so many things I can do. And I hate to say this, but like doing art instruction is probably the worst. Just when you ask questions, what luck? I mean, look, there is a way around ads that is guaranteed and costs $5 a month and gives me money. So that is an option that is before you. Also, a lot of these instructions do lay like out in the wastes, and maybe I present them well. So like that's a thing. Tutorials are often weird and low quality. Tutorials assume a lot of knowledge a lot of the time, or they're made for people that are results oriented, and I am process oriented in my instruction. Like when I do come to you guys and I try to talk about like how I do my art, it is very rare I go, oh, I take this specific brush and use it this specific way, and I'm very much prefer to talk to you about like value and things like that. Yeah. Not done by people who have the best production values necessary. I mean, we could talk about it, for sure. Think of like all the bad tutorials on YouTube and like the Xbox mic that say bad advice for 30 minutes that could take 2 minutes. Yeah. I mean, it's really difficult, right? Because like streams like this one, having 50 viewers is insane. This is so many viewers for this stream. You gotta understand. You guys are a very particular bunch who care about these processes and care about improving and like knowing these foundations. Your average person who is actually searching for a YouTube tutorial is 14 and isn't sure why their I can't think of it, Saitama doesn't quite look right. And they want to learn to draw Saitama. Saitama's cool. Saitama's the One Punch Man. Saitama's strong. He does great punches. It's really cool. The art's cool in One Punch Man, and they like Saitama. They don't care that Saitama is wearing grocery store rubber gloves. They don't care about the material that those rubber gloves are made out of. And I don't know how to make them care, right? It's the same as the guy who wears the Naruto headband to his Japanese class, and everybody else who watches manga and anime pretends that they don't understand what those things are to him.
Yeehaw! Thanks for the buckaronis puka.
Yo, thank you. You know? Or people not getting why women just sigh when they draw the pretty lady. Yes. Yup. Like, honestly, like, to a point, you know, this was produced in 43, and we have the one female body, you know? Like, I get it. You know? Honestly, I just like... Yeah. It was good. I'm not gonna get too deep into my preferences here. I realized mid-sentence that I should stop. Women love the pretty lady. Yeah. It's a different relationship. It's a different relationship with the pretty lady, right? Many individuals love the pretty lady. I love the pretty lady. I'm not even gonna say like very recently, but like, you know, everybody loves the pretty boy too. Like, you know, nobody gonna complain. People like pretty. There's things that like people trend toward, and you know, trends can be categorized in like numbers of people, and you know, there's generalities that one can make for market appeal, right? For sure. But there's also sub-demographics, and we all love a sub-demographic. But like, we got to worry about those semantics a little bit. Earlier on, I addressed some of the stuff where Home Slice was talking about quote-unquote ideal figures, right? 1943, this dude's drawing from his own experience as a dude drawing in the illustration like stuff. It was middle-class white folks that were consuming things based on advertising, and this guy's an advertisement illustrator, so like, what he draws, it's what he suggests. That's why we have these figures that we do. Circles around in my interest in various ways. The human form has been stylized in mass media. Yeah. Like there's all sorts of body types, and there's stuff to consider and whatever. Yeah, this guy didn't have much opportunity for range of body types. It was the 4Ds. Yeah, he couldn't Google fat-bottomed Latinx femboy. You know? That's not a thing that he could have done. Like, oh, really? Is that not a thing? I'm sorry. I hate that? Oh, well, shit. That's on me. That's on me also being a dumpy Midwestern, Pacific Northwestern white dude. So, like, you know, that's where this intersectionality crosses. And also, if we go back to the foreword of this book, in which he encourages you to draw from your background and your experience and use the things with which you are intimately familiar in your work, you will have more successful work. That's what this conversation is again. So, like, yeah, he's covered it, actually. He talked about it at one point. All right. So we've seen this mannequin before, right? Sorry, I'm going back a page. God dang it, I went one too far. My scroll wheels get a little messy because I scroll a lot. You can see the body and like the hips and like the abs on this dude going on here. Just in general. Highly educated middle class second, third generation folks in the first world are statistically the most likely to prefer X as opposed to more gendered statements. Yeah. Okay, so my mobile phone my mobile phone sent me the notification from Kofi about Puka throwing some buckaronis at the stream, and I really do appreciate those. But I need you to understand that last night I was talking about like the fact that I am a leg shaver despite like being mask in general, right? Like I'm a dude what shave his legs. And I was making a joke about Saxton Hale, and So I tap the notification that says somebody supported you on Ko-fi, expecting it to open Ko-fi, but it just brings up this picture of Saxton Hale flexing at me. I'm so shook. Thanks for the support, Saxton Hale. Oh, what a man. That's right. Saxton Hale supports the arts. How else is he gonna keep those NIMBY art students out of his way? Those little pimblies. Okay. So, turning and twisting, he's showing off just sort of the way that these muscle groups like work. We got Loomis posting. We're reading his book, JCavs. That's the day. We've been doing it for like 3 hours now. This is a rendering, quick and simple way of rendering pen outline with the side of the pencil lead for the shading. So you can see he's just like doing thick strokes for the shadows and stuff. And rather than linger on this page and working the ire of Twitch, I am going to move on. But you can see this in my work too. I showed you the Metabot's wobbly, and I've got just like this big dark areas of value, right, defining some of the form. And he's doing the same here. A typical problem worked out with an art editor of a fiction magazine. The art editor says, I have picked up for illustration this paragraph from the manuscript. The last act was over. Jackie was removing the scant costume she had worn in the final chorus. She was alone in her dressing room, or so she thought, until by some inexplicable instinct she turned quickly towards the jumble of costumes hanging in her wardrobe. There was unmistakable movement in the glitter of the sequins. Now, continues the editor, I'd like to see a rough or two in pencil on this before you go ahead. I think we can use a vignette shape better than a rectangular picture. Take about 2/3 of the page. The girl should be featured, bringing her up large in the space. We want something with action, punch, sex appeal, but nothing offensive. Very little background necessary, just enough to place her. The girl, you know, has black hair, tall, slender, beautiful. Proceed to make several roughs or thumbnail sketches for your own approval. It is clear that the girl is frightened, has been caught off guard. Someone is hiding a rather sinister situation, the emotion to communicate and dramatize his fear. The story says she turned quickly, and that she was removing her scant costume, and that the editor has said there must be nothing offensive in the drawing. You must put across the fact that she's in a dressing room at the theater, a bit of the dressing table and mirror might be shown, and of course, the closet or wardrobe where the intruder is hiding. Project yourself into the situation, and imagine her gesture, the sweep of movement. She might have pulled off a slipper, looking around with a startled expression. Perhaps the hands can do something to emphasize fear. To get an idea of a chorus costume, go to a movie of a musical comedy. Look up some clips of chorus girls. Just Google stuff. After you've decided on a pose or an arrangement of the subject, get someone to pose for some studies or snaps. Use a photo flood lamp. Plan the light as though it were the only light in the room, shining over the dressing table. You can get dramatic effects with your light. Go at the problem as seriously as though it were an actual commission. For if it does become a reality, you will have to be ready for it. You cannot start being an illustrator with your first job. You will have to be judged an illustrator before you can get the assignment to be an illustrator. Take a paragraph from any magazine story and do your version of an illustration for it. Better, take one that was not illustrated by another artist, or if it was, forget entirely his interpretation style. Do not, under any circumstances, copy another illustrator and submit the result as your own goddamn drawing. After you have read this book, come back to this page and try the illustration again. Save your drawings for samples. The paragraph quoted for illustration is, of course, fictitious. The art director's demands, however, are real. Most magazines pick the situation, some even send you layouts for arrangement, for space filling, space text, etc. All send the manuscript for you to digest. Some ask you to pick the spots and show them roughs first. Most like to see what they are going to get before you do the final drawings. You may work in any medium for black and white halftone reproduction. Wait, hang on. My favorite artist stories, the guy that did art for Rugrats was sick of making characters that couldn't have good poses, so they went on to make the polar opposite of the Rugrats and made Aeon Flux. That's awesome. What do you mean we aren't going down to vaudeville to see a line of chorus girls on the company dime? Actually, Selkos, there is a group out there called Dr. Sketchy. They are a burlesque club for illustrators. And if you would like to do live figure drawing, I don't even know if they're still operating. This was like a decade ago in my career. You can go there. You can go there. Honestly, like people, models who work at burlesque shows are usually big nerds. And they would love that. If you show up with your sketchbook and your little canvas and prop it up on your table, and you buy an overpriced sandwich and you go to a burlesque show, right? You can get some serious work done. You can get some incredible work done. I'm not kidding. I'm not playing around. I'm not doing a bit. I am not playing. Go hang out with some strippers. Go do it. You're gonna have a great time. Maybe you'll meet somebody. I don't know. Be professional. Be clinical in your observation while you are working. You are there to work. But, like, fuck it. Go get your inspiration, dog. Imagine the guy walks in. I'm that guy. I do that. I've done it. What do you mean imagine? I am him. I have 100% gone to the local strip club with a sketch pad, gotten myself a pina colada, and gone to work. Like, for real, you get asked all sorts of questions. People treat you sort of like an oddity in the space, but if you like tuck yourself into a corner and you explain to anybody who's coming by to offer you a lap dance or whatever that, like, no, I'm here to study anatomy and draw people, usually they're like, oh, that's cool. Does that make it tax deductible? Are you an artist? Yes. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Did you do it with your friends? It's networking. Sketching at the strip club seems like such a vibe. It is. It's super cool. I've done it a bunch of times. Sometimes if you reach out, if you are in an artist collective or know a lot of people in your local area, right? And you call your local strip club and you say, I have like 10 people and we think it would be cool to come down and get drinks. Do you think you could ask your models to do poses for us? Do you have any idea what kinds of requests people who work these places get? That's going to be the least tame, that's going to be the most tame thing. So you're like, yeah, I can ask him to like hold poses longer or something. Probably. Why not? Fuck it. Right? Just depending on the place. Sometimes you meet a really cool one. Right? Talk to people like they're people. You know? A strip club is not you walk into it and a woman reaches into your pants, fondles your junk, and pulls your wallet out of the bottom of your back pocket. That's not it. It's just a place where you can get a mediocre sandwich and a really heavy drink and see some tits. Like settle down, everybody. Maybe it's because I'm also like a biker or whatever, but like seriously, whatever, man. I'm sure you can find the wallet stealing at the appropriate venues if you're motivated. Yeah, but you pay extra for it. Nothing quite like sketching to Girls, Girls, Girls by Motley Crue. Correct. And also, folks, if you don't want to go to a strip club, y'all got Google. Turn safe search off for 2 seconds. You'll do fine. But the trick is with all of this, everybody, is please don't be a creep. Please don't be a creeper, right? Nobody likes a creep even in a strip club, okay? Yeah, Beauty, me too. It's why it's so dangerous whenever I Google things on stream, right? And if anybody wants to, like, well, honestly, the first thing that you can do when it comes to like not being a creep is just don't over-explain yourself. Honestly, 100%. People don't need to understand who you are or why you're there. If you have a sketchbook, a pen, and are drawing the ladies on the paper, most people would be like, what are you doing? Oh, that's neat. And they've started a conversation with you, and congratulations, you've now made small talk. You took an elective life drawing class in college as an engineering major, and towards the end of the semester, I used my connections in the queer community to have a gay male stripper come to model for one of our studio sessions. Absolutely. Do you know a stripper personally? Do you have any idea how much it would like mean to them if everybody put $20 in a jar and they did poses for an hour? Grove Tender Alba, I'll be real with you. One of the things that art students do is they love to hit on engineers because you guys are stable financially. The number of husband hunters I hung out with in my art classes that were constantly going over to the engineering departments and trying to catch a programmer in the wild, pretty big number. And that was at Kansas. That was in Kansas City. So, like, I imagine in other universities it's the same. Ask me how I know, says Grove Tender Alba, for sure. Look, if I wasn't such a confidence lacking sad sack when it came to my dating life, I would be the same. I'm gonna be real. If you find me a tall lady programmer, right? Or engineer or whatever, hell yeah, that sounds great. I hope they're lovely. Someone sounds like they were targeted by the wife hunters. I wonder who. But no, real talk. No, seems great. I ain't gonna judge. All right, folks. Forward movement, the tipped line of balance. I would ask how we're doing here, but like my numbers are like 20 viewers higher than video games have been for the past week. So like that's crazy. I'm glad that everybody's vibing with this and that everybody's enjoying our experience so far. Yes, tipping the line of balance. Moving into the dark side. Actually, this guy's going to the light, as you can tell by the shadows on the back of his arms. Unless he's walking backwards. Maybe he's doing like a cool moonwalk. I don't know. It's funny as I like hanging out with the artists because I've been soft and gay your entire life, and so many engineering dudes are toxic as fuck. Yes, Grove Tender Alba. Same. Big same. So much so that I became an artist first, and then I sort of admitted to being big gay. So, like, you know, what are you going to do? Well, big bi, I guess. I just like personal attention at this point. I'm like a houseplant. Somebody shows up and waters me, eventually I break down and I become happy. Regrettably, though, I'm a very tactile person, as people who have tried DMing me have found out. All right. Anyway, moving on from that into less personal topics and more clinical art structuring. back to textbooks, folks. Put your heads back down on the desk. Thank you. The theory of depicting forward movement, any action that carries the whole body forward, requires that the top always be shown ahead of the base. If you balance a pole on your hand, you must follow with your hand the movement of the top of the pole. If it leans in any direction, and you move the base in the same direction at the same speed, the pole remains a constant slant between the base and the top. And the faster it goes, the greater the slant. I'm just here for Loomis, people. Loomis. Yeah, walking is just falling forever, correct. I mean, orbiting is just falling and missing the ground. That's all that is. So with figures in forward movement, a line drawn down through the middle of the forward moving figure will slant exactly as the pole does. If you think of a picket fence with all the palings slanted in parallel, instead of vertical, you have a clear idea of the line of balance in forward movement. On pages 118 and 119, a series of pictures is taken with a fast lens. For the motion picture camera is actually too slow to stop movement for still reproduction and enlargement. The separate shots were taken at split seconds apart and pieced together to show the progression of movement. Hey everybody, this dude went very hard for you in 1943. I hope you appreciate it. I wished particularly to have the figures remain the same size throughout the sequence. The photographs reveal many facts not apparent to the naked eye about what takes place in the acts of running or walking. In walking or running, the line of balance remains a constant forward slant as long as the same speed is maintained and tips more as the speed is increased. This change is hard to see because the moving arms and legs distract one's attention from the action. A person must lean the body forward to take a normal step. The balance is caught by the forward foot. The forward push comes from the foot in the back. The arms move in reverse of the leg, so that when the left leg goes forward, the left arm goes back. The center of the stride expresses the least movement. Note the last picture on page 119. For this photograph, my model stood still and tried to pose as if he were moving. You will see at once how unconvincing the motion is. It is not the fault of the model, but the fact that the important principle of forward movement is not working in the pose. Movement drawn without consideration for the tipped line of balance will not give the impression of forward movement. The drawing, no matter how anatomically correct, will resemble the movement of a jumping jack suspended from a string. The tipped line may be placed lightly on your paper, and the figure built upon it. Technically, a heel should never be placed directly under the head, but in back of it to give motion. The foot that is carrying the weight and pushing should always be in back of the line of balance. We think of the act of walking as if the foot describes an arc with the hip as its center. What actually happens is the hip describes the arc with the foot as its center. Each step is a center with a fan-like movement going on above it. The foot that is off the ground swings in an arc forward from the hip, whereas the foot on the ground reverses that arc. As we walk along, what happens is this. Foot moves body, body moves foot, foot moves body, body moves foot. Each leg takes the job over as soon as it is put on the ground, and the other leg relaxes and swings forward, mostly by momentum, until it takes over. Both actions go on simultaneously. Hip and knee drop in a relaxed side. The leg carrying the weight is straight as it passes under the hip and bends at the knee as the heel comes up. Photographs illustrate this clearly. The relaxed leg is bent at the knees as it swings forward. It does not straighten out until after it has passed the other knee. This is very well defined in the side views of the walking poses. The legs are both fairly straight at the extremes of the stride. Here again is that paradox, that the legs seem to express most motion at the start or finish the sweep described in the last chapter. Note particularly how much the girl's flying hair adds to the movement in the running poses. Also, the girl runs with arms bent, although in walking they swing naturally as they hang down. Try to base walking and running poses on photos of actual movement. They are well worth obtaining, and those given here will prove valuable for reference in a pinch. To get all the action that is in a stride would require a slow motion sequence. With page after page of pictures reproduced to any practical size, I feel this is hardly necessary. Careful study of the two following pages should suffice. Start drawing mannequin poses. See if you can, in a series of small framework sketches, draw all the way through a complete stride. In drawing back views of walking poses, remember that the pushing leg in back of the figure is straight until the heel leaves the ground, the heel and toes being lifted by the bending knee. The use of cameras by artists is a controversial subject, yet the demands on the present-day artist for action, expression, and dramatic interpretation are so exacting that it seems a bit ridiculous to fake these things when the actual knowledge is easy to obtain by means of a camera. I do not admire a photographic-looking drawing, but I certainly detest a drawing that is meant to have a virility and conviction, but is inane and static through ignorance or laziness on the part of an artist. The fact that you can learn things of value from the camera is reason enough for you, as an artist, to have and use one. The source of your knowledge, as mentioned before, is immaterial. Why put a model through the ordeal of trying to keep a vivacious smile on by the hour? No one can hold such a pose. We can learn more about a smile from a camera in 5 minutes than we can in 5 years of trying to catch it with the eye alone. Limbs move too fast for the naked eye to record. Expressions change and are gone in an instant. The camera is the one means of nailing these down so that we can study them by the hour. It is an unpardonable sin merely to copy. If you have nothing of your own to add, have no feeling about it, and are satisfied, technically, with the manner of treatment, and have no desire to change this, then throw away your pencils and brushes, and use the camera only. There will be many instances where you won't know what else to do but to copy. But these instances will be fewer as you try to express what you feel and like through your increasing technical knowledge. Use your camera for all it's worth, as part of your equipment, but keep it as equipment, not the end, but as a means. Just as your knowledge of anatomy is a means. Every successful artist whom I know, though it may be hearsay to say so, has a camera and uses it. Many artists I know are expert photographers, taking their own pictures and developing them. Most use the small or candid variety of cameras and enlarge their prints. The camera broadens their scope tremendously in securing data outside of the studio. Start saving for a camera right now if you have not already made it for one of your means. So this right here is a very 1940s discussion of cameras. But like, hey folks, have you ever had one of those idiots tell you that you shouldn't use references? That it's cheating? In 2024? Yes, you have. Everybody's seen that. Everybody has seen that. Everybody has heard the guy who's like, no, I want to invent it entirely from my mind's eye. Those people are wrong. 100% those people are wrong. Also, hi, me, very high. What's good? Still finding walking challenging, if anything. Oh, an animation. Yeah. Let's see. Hang on. There's been a lot of talk. Art of walking and animation. Oh yeah. No, I'm not a super good animator. I don't think I've ever done a walk cycle. I still have to learn it. Let's see. Forgot about Nintendo Spinch. I love Nintendo Spinch. I love me a can of peas and a Nintendo Spinch. Imagining showing this guy a 4K resolution 3D model walk cycle in Blender that you can tab through frame by frame with a single keystroke. Yes, absolutely. He would love it. He would tell you that the mannequins that you can use in Clip Studio Paint are good for you. And I also say that. I say that a lot. But also, I would like to point out that he does tell you keep these things as tools, right? These are not end results. Pasting your 4K resolution 3D model walk cycle in Blender that you've perfectly reproduced onto your page, he would go, this sucks shit. He would absolutely condemn you for being a lazy sack of crap. He's also even like already condemned AI art bros in the forward, and like this goes also for like AI art generators, right? I'm pretty sure he would go, oh, you've produced this via AI and you're trying to pass it off as a finished product. Go the fuck back to work, you scab. Like Loomis would not have been happy about it. Guaranteed. You literally commissioned a posable Blender model of your persona to give the artist as a reference. Damn, that rules. I've been trying to construct a 3D model, but I don't have like a vision that works in the concreteness of 3D sculpture yet, is one of the big problems that I'm facing. I wish that I could afford to commission an artist, but I am staring down some... Honestly, I am going to have to like open commissions or something to like get some scratch going. Because like as much as everybody gave me during the move, I do have to maintain an income. I have to continue making money, and I'm still doing maintenance from the move, right? I have to get like brake pads, I need brake fluid, probably gonna flush the radiator at some point. You know, like things break down. You know, I'm buying chains and sprockets as we speak. So like, you know I talk about like the subscriber thing and like, you know, trying to get like Partner Plus is super useful, maintaining at least 100 subscribers for 3 months. But like real talk, you know, Patreon, the Ko-fi is all wonderful. Thank you so much to everybody who does put their money literally where my mouth is. So if I want more money, I could follow trends, but I don't know if you want to make videos about Skibbity. No, honestly, I don't even... Those people aren't money. Getting a lot of views is not money in the bank. Straight up. You know? It's just not. Getting 10 million 8-year-olds to watch my stream is not... One, I don't think it's good. I don't think I have a lot to say to your average 8-year-old. And 2, 8-year-olds don't subscribe. Yeah. I mean, any income an 8-year-old has is disposable because they're not paying for their necessities for sure. But like, I'm not going to take advantage of children. Like, that's... I've been trying to find a diplomatic way to say that sentence, but... You'd buy a Wobscom? Okay. We can talk. We can talk. YouTube take notes? Yeah. Well, like, the thing is that YouTube is a babysitter. It's an indoctrination machine. It like, gets you to soak up only what they provide to you, and it infantilizes your ability to find things that you're interested in. So, that's what YouTube is doing. They're creating consumers over there. So be careful. Don't just hand YouTube to a child. Spend time with them, talk to them, treat them like a little person. Because that's what they are. They're just a person in small size who hasn't seen a lot of stuff. Yeah. It's now actively hostile finding the specific thing. Yeah, they want you to click more things. They want you to click more stuff. They want the algorithm to do it. So like, don't let it. Fight that a little bit. But yeah. So I'm never gonna be a trend chaser. I do occasionally look at something and say, hey, I should probably check this out. That was Manor Lords. Manor Lords, I don't think was a fun stream. Honestly. I like, it was an okay game. It was fine, but as so far as like making TV goes, I don't think it was very good. I don't think it was very interesting. But anyway, going on with our line of balance. There are times when this line may be curved, in a sense. Then the line of balance is like a spring. For instance, a figure may be pushing very hard against something. The pushing would bend this figure backwards. Again, if he were pulling hard, it would bend the figure the other way. Dancing poses can be built on the curved line. As well as what? Hang on. Does it continue in the next page? No. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm going back now. Huh. Oh, yeah, something's wrong with this. It just goes straight back to page 45. We had another weird cut like this. Yeah, most parents do not respect their kids' intelligence. You've realized that you were lucky? Yes. You've already spent $200 on commissioning art. You'd spend more on a wobbly comm as well. It's a thing. You're so good with children for just respecting a kid's intelligence? Yeah. All right. I guess we'll have to do some comms or something. We'll have to figure out a standard to hold for it. I'm very bad at working with clients. That's usually why I stay away from these things. Anyway, let's keep moving here. Okay, so this is just going to be like a breakdown. We're going back to page 45 and then moving forward. Something's wrong with the scan of the manuscript, and that's fine. Oh yeah, look, this is them interpreting those arcs earlier onto their perspective projections. Comms scare you these days? My thing with comms is I get in my own head about it, right? I talk a lot about like just do stuff. And I really appreciate the people that like subscribe and like offer me the ability to just do stuff. In general, people on the internet, you no longer understand. I don't like doing comms for people that I don't know, which is part of why I have a Twitch chat, because it's a great time to like talk to people. You've had an easy time with just about every artist you've commissioned. Yeah, VDJ. But every time you commission me for work, I send you something and I don't like it the next week, and I'm just like, I wish I'd been better. But I don't. I'm not gonna like dwell on it. You know, that way lies death. Standing for calmed artists, I want to support a cool guy. All right. All right. Let's see. Yeah, arcs of movement with Yonbox. It's really interesting that we jumped dozens of pages incorrectly. Oh, yeah. So here he is taking his mannequin. Let me go back here real quick. Right. So this is past sort of like the mannequin thing, and he's roughing in sort of these muscle shapes. You don't hate your work a week later, you're really improving. Exactly, but I wish I wasn't improving so fast. He's taking his mannequins here, and he's like projecting things out, constructing things. He's sort of showing you the way that this stuff is done. You can see also that like the box falls away naturally at the more complicated parts of an illustration, like the motion of the legs, right? You can see here he draws in perspective the torso, and then just like the legs don't matter. You know, he'll fold over the box if he needs to, and he'll project it out as he needs to, you know? Applies to everything you do. You get those with CAD drawings for sure. Yeah. And then here's just sort of like, oh, I love this bird. I love this bird because, like, I keep talking about, like, you know, Loomis says draw your fursona. Folks, look at the bird. I know it's very small on the screen. I'm not gonna like destroy my layout to like make it bigger or anything, but like Loomis in his book about figure drawing has drawn a fursona, either for himself or someone else. He has drawn a funny little bird with clothes and glasses and hands, and Loomis says draw your fursona. And then he immediately goes back to drawing some of the best like figures you'll ever see in your life. I love Loomis. Oh my god. All right. So the main difference between the male and female mannequin is in the pelvis discs, hip bones, and like all the other else. He talks a lot about like building these proportions, and I'm going to be real as much as like in a progressive 2024 space, where we love to muddy the waters between traditional like femme and mask. There's value in this. If you are an illustrator and you're drawing cartoon figures and you just need a stand-in for hot lady or buff dude, these figures in these proportions are super useful. You can learn them anyway, and you don't have to like throw away your respect for non-binary people, including myself. Like, you don't have to worry about that. It is practical knowledge, and you must divorce yourself from distaste. It's like when we study the Bible for like lessons about storytelling, or even when we're like searching for the historical basis of things that appear in the Bible, right? Like, you can look at it in an academic sense. You don't have to become a Catholic. You don't have to join a nunnery and hit children in the hands with a ruler, like for being lefties. You don't have to do that. You can just absorb the material and interpret it like an adult. All right. So anyway, want to have beautiful women in your games where you're worried people will think it's misogynist? Yeah, Kibby. I feel the same way. I felt the same way for years. There's a reason that you don't see big-titted ladies in much of my illustrations, and why I tend to stick to men. And it is purely because for a long time I've been distancing myself from the archetypical horny furry artist that in 2001 was frequently told unknowingly by many forum goers to yiffin hell Fursler. So, you know, that kind of thing. I'm making up a lot of lost ground myself, so but I'm here to tell you and give you permission. It's fine. Yeah, you were there. You remember. Yes. There's a lot of people that I have seen recently wax nostalgic for the 2010s internet and the early 2000s internet. And I'm going to be real. I look at all of them with a really gross disgust because I see the boomers forming. Yeah. Well, I mean, it was in the 2000s. Quick history lesson, quick political lesson for everybody out there. In the 2000s, we were making some strides towards equality, right? Gay marriage was a conversation instead of a heretical thing, right? And so the existence of furries was people taking their prejudices and their biases and applying them to a new, quote-unquote, socially acceptable subgroup, inventing slurs for them, harassing these people, and being incredibly terrible, just awful, just the worst human beings possible, because they could no longer acceptably do it to gay people because gay people were now people. And I would like to draw everybody's attention now as I slide the table a little bit further forward to the discussion of trans rights and the fact that furries are cool and run the internet and show and people write, "Oh, whoa, give me the nozzle daddy" on the side of their jumbo jet refueling port. Right? It's the same shit. It's the same motherfuckers. It's the same pieces of human trash that are perpetuating hate, and they've just found a new target. So if you are not out there standing for your trans homies, fuck you, frankly. like you are part of the problem. So you may not be the tip of the spear, but you're part of it. Like the aesthetic of the Y2K and Fruitiger Arrow, but not that part of the 2000s internet. Yeah. No, I see people all the time that are just like, oh, you used to be able to tell somebody to kill yourself or whatever. Like, no. It was never cool. It's still not cool. And if you are nostalgic for the social climate of the early 2000s, I can guarantee you're a straight white man. 100%. Like the 2000s for the emo metal and edge reboots of games. Oh, that stuff. I'm gonna be real. I'm judging. I feel like that stuff was weird. I don't think gritting up and making Kirby racist was was like cool. But whatever. Yeah. No, I understand, Me Fairy. I mean, I regurgitated a lot of it myself. Like if you find like my old username and dig through a lot of posts and stuff, because like people will do anything to fit in. to be social, and I lived in conservative Idaho. You know, like, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, so folks, remember when that chapter cut off kind of weirdly about anatomy, right? We were talking about like things that sag and hang, and then we just kind of like pressed on. I didn't realize that the page numbers changed, so we've been like a chapter ahead sort of unreasonably. Yes, exact, the Grove Tender Alba. Correct. So we're going to take your mind back there, back to where we're talking about hanging muscle structures off of bones. Some of you may not have been here for that, but the book is available to you on archive.org, and frankly, it's a better reference text than it is just like a straight read anyway. So the further you go in the study of anatomy, the more interesting it becomes. Made of soft and pliable material, elastic yet strong, capable of unlimited movement and performing countless tasks, operating on self-generated power and repairing or renewing itself over a period of time in which the strongest of steel parts would wear out, the human body is indeed the best Gundam. On the opposite page, the male and female skeletons have been set up. I have kept the head units alongside so that you may relate the bones to the figure in correct proportion. The skeleton, though strong, is really not so rigid as it appears. Though the spine has a rigid base in the pelvis, it possesses great flexibility. And the ribs, too. Though they are fastened firmly into the spine, are flexible. All the bones are held together and upright by cartilage and muscle, and the joints operate on a ball and socket plan with a stop for stability. The whole structure collapses with a loss of consciousness. Strain upon the muscle can be transferred to the bony structure. The weight of a heavy load, for example, is largely taken over by the bones, leaving the muscles free to propel the limbs. Bones also form a protection to delicate organs and parts. The skull protects the eyes and the brain, the delicate inner parts of the throat. The ribs and pelvis protect the heart and lungs and other organs where the protection is most needed. The bone comes closest to the surface. It is very important for artists to know that no bone is perfectly straight. An arm or a leg drawn with a perfectly straight bone will be rigid and stiff-looking. Curvature in the bones has much to do with the rhythm and action of a figure. It helps make it appear alive. That's interesting. That's a cool idea. I like that. The chief differences between the male and female skeletons are the proportionately larger pelvis in the female and the proportionately larger thorax or ribcage in the male. These differences account for wider shoulders and narrower hips of the male, the longer waistline, lower buttocks, and wider hips of the female. They also cause the female arms to flare out wider when they are swinging back and forth, and the femur or thigh bone to be a little more oblique. The hair and breasts, of course, distinguish the female figure, but they are merely its most obvious characteristics. The female is different from head to toe. The jaw is less developed, the neck more slender. The hands are smaller and more delicate. The muscles of the arms are smaller and much less in evidence. Yes, I have a little bit of music going on. It's very quiet. It's probably balanced mostly for headphones wearers, because I am your weekday workday buddy. You know, honestly, it's okay for you to judge. If we don't question tradition, we don't ever go forward. Yeah, that's fine. But also, like, he is talking about the things that make a character appear femme or masc beyond, like, the obvious ideal characteristics, right? That is literally what he is talking about. If you want a character to appear a little more, you know, a little more girly, right? You don't give him a lamp jaw, you know? And frankly, like, this goes for even modern interpretations of personage, right? Like, it is a very, very, very rare, I will say, to find, tomboy illustrations in which the character has, like, exceptionally wide hips, right? We use these shorthands to this day. People can judge, people can be distressed by it, what have you, but, like, we do use these shorthands still. And people can say, oh, well, that's a problem, and it's like, okay, well, then go out and make the art. Like, that's all you can do is engage in the conversation and pick up a pencil. That's 100% what you have. Let's see. Hands were smaller. That's the last thing I saw. Waistline's higher. The muscles of the arms are smaller and less in evidence. The trochanter of the femur extends out farther. The buttocks are fuller, rounder, lower. The thighs are flatter, wider. The calf is much less developed. The ankles and wrists are smaller. The feet are smaller and more arched. The muscles in general are less prominent, more strap-like. All but those of the thighs and buttocks, which are proportionately larger and stronger in the female. This extra strength is, like the larger pelvis, designed to carry the extra burden of an unborn child. Concentrate upon these fundamental differences until you set up an unmistakable male or female figure at will. Yeah, the fembros, for sure. Yeah, pick up a pencil is fun to say. But yeah, like you rare is the non-fat bottomed femboy. That's all I'm saying. Note the black squares on the male skeleton. These are bony prominences where the bones are so near the surface that they affect the contour. When the body becomes fat, these spots become dimples or recessions in the surface. In thinner aged figures, these bones protrude. Working from life or photographs will not eliminate the necessity of knowing anatomy and proportion. You should recognize what the humps and bumps are and why they're there. Otherwise, your drawing will have the look of an inflated rubber or a wax department store dummy. The final work on any commission of importance should be drawn from a model or good copy of some kind, since it must compete with the work of men who use models and good copy. Most artists own and operate cameras as a help, but it will not do the whole job. Outlines traced from a photograph because of the exaggerated foreshortening by the lenses have a wide and dumpy look. Limbs look short and heavy. Hands and feet appear too large. If these distortions are not corrected, your drawing will simply look photographic. Oh, chat breaks after like 4 hours. I can fix it as easy as doing this. Where'd it go? Chat. Chat. All right, that should reload it. Pretty sure. Let me send a... What am I saying? Yep, fixed it. I just have to turn the source on and off, back off again. The way that it's set up. Okay, so let's talk about resources real quick. This is a passage that I think we can take another segue and we can talk about in the modern lens. So this guy is telling you to not just use references, but also understand kind of how the body works. And I agree with him, as always, because Loomis is very good at what he does, and the evidence is on every page. However, let's talk a little bit about your sources. There it is, Postmaniacs. So I'm gonna bring up a website here really quick that I have used in the past for poses. Right? Oh my God, they've expanded. Okay, cool. Oh, cool. All right, neat. So this is a website that when I first started using it, I'm gonna put a link to it here. This is a website where they want you to draw poses, basically, right? And they have a 3D model, and they pose the model, and they have over years created so many poses, and I think you can rotate them inside of the browser and everything, and they do really good. And there's like a bunch of face references, and they keep adding to it, and they keep making it better. And it is not the best website, even still. There we go. I'm going to bring it up inside of the browser here really quick. Yeah, so you can see this guy. Can I interact just directly with this? Steam browser, yeah, interact. Okay, and that brings up a page. Right, so if I hit start on it, no cookies. I don't know if my browser is going to support it because it's like allowing for transparency or whatever. Oh, whoops. That was their extension, I guess, and I just installed it into OBS's browser? That's weird. I'll fix that later. That's what I get for trying to communicate with a page quietly. Where's the button that just says refresh? Shit. Fine. It's fine. You know what I'm curious about? How do people create creature designs for things like Bloodborne? They don't really exist. Like, how do you... Oh, you stretch bodies. Stretch bodies in weird ways. I can show you later. Hang on. I'm going to go back to interact. All right. So, let's see. Dang it. Where's it at? Oh, yeah, today's pose. Pull this up. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I can drag this around. That's what I was going for when I hit start. Yeah, fuck. Anyway, you gotta understand, the browser is like 200 pixels by 400 pixels on my screen. It's so small. Yeah, so we've got like a gun pose. And you might think to yourself, this is a very good reference, right? Like, to some degrees it is. But the problem with it is, if you look at these pecs, right? If we look tight enough at these, those are not squishing together at all, right? I want you, with your device or your like, hold your phone like out in front of you, right? Where it's like all the way forward, and realize that like there's a little bit of tension at the top of your pectoral muscles. You know, maybe for some of you, some masses get moved when you reach forward like that, right? 3D models are never going to be good enough. Yeah, Kibby says, yeah, good luck rigging muscles correctly without physics. Exactly. Muscles do not move with a bone. Muscles move a bone. Your muscles contract and they relax. They stretch and they flex. When you're doing your Mr. Universe poses and stuff, right? You stretch and move and wiggle and all that stuff. So do not rely on this website. Do not rely on the models in Clip Studio Paint. No matter how realistic they might seem, they're not quite right. That is why earlier in the stream I was talking about Adorka Stock, who makes photo stuff. And Adorka Stock, you're going to end up like drawing the Adorka Stock body, because that's the body that they have to share with you, right? But on that note, please, if you would, use photo references where you can. Find pictures of things. And again, as always, folks, get your shitty little pack of note cards. Maybe they're spiral bound. Like, spiral bound note cards cost like $2. And your ballpoint pen, and go out into the world and make bad drawings of people in the world. If you have a park where old people hang out, old people are awesome. I love old people for drawing. Go to a park, go to the park where they play goddamn checkers at those little stone tables. Those old people are gonna sit so fucking still for you. And then, if you don't want to take it home, give them your drawing of them. And that old guy is either gonna go, oh, I'm old, or he's gonna love it. Just depending on how chill they are. Doesn't matter. Doesn't care. Do you ask permission, though? No. Why? You're sitting across a park from a person looking at them. You know? If they ask you not to, respect their wishes. Guarantee you most people will just think that you're interested in them. They might come talk to you. Right? At which point you go, oh yeah, I was trying to draw you. I'm sorry. You know? I didn't mean to like get under your skin or whatever. There's some figure sites. You have an art learning channel on Discord, right? Yeah, Mufari, I do. It's somewhere in the roads less traveled, like down below. It's we have like a forum thing where we sort of like pool resources. So maybe like Photo Ref should just be its own forum thread down there. Because like we got like one for fonts too. When people find a font that's like really good, like well detailed and like useful and stuff. So, but yeah, that's my impassioned plea to like, please just be part of your community. I currently have a back deck that looks at a park that's like behind my building, and children play there with their parents. And there's a table on the back deck, and I have already been out there at least once, just scribbling parents and their kids, just like loosely drawing them, drinking my coffee first thing in the morning. You know, just whatever. You know, if they want to come talk to me about it or knock on the door or post on Nextdoor or whatever, that's their business. I'm getting work done. All right. If you're going to publish the drawings and sell them, then you need to get permission. That's, you know, difference there. But for just practicing, like, do you commute by transit? Do you ride a bus? Draw a guy on the bus. Draw the back of a guy's head on the bus. Draw the seats on the bus. Draw the driver because you sat in the front seat and you are just sitting there staring at him. It's fine. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Drawing on the bus is a bad idea. Why? I do it a lot. Doesn't matter. No, you're scribbling sketches, Kibby. Doing professional paintings on the bus, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Drawing a guy in a hoodie trying not to see the world while he listens to music, just scribble. Some shake a lot. Look, if you're on the bus and it's shaking too much to draw, maybe don't draw on the bus. But typically, just fucking be normal about it. Come on. Reportage and figure drawing is so good for your art. Any human knowledge you don't have is horribly embarrassed the first few times. Realize most people take as a compliment. Yeah. The better you do of a drawing of them, the more they're going to love it. Like, that's it. You know? Eventually people go from, oh, that's not very good, to, oh, sick, cool. Can I have it? And if you feel weird, draw baby One Punch Man discovering the roundabout using a pose from a child. Yeah, whatever. You know? Yeah, specific. I can fucking split hair a million years with anybody who wants to Magic the Gathering, any situation. I ain't got time for that kind of pedantry. I have shit to do. All right. It might be well to mention here some of the requirements of successful figure drawing. The smart female figure has some mannish contours. The shoulders are drawn a little wider than normal without much slope, the hips a little narrower. The thick legs are made longer and more slender with tapering calves. When the legs are together, they should touch at the thigh, knee, and ankle. The knees should be small, leg is elongated from the knee down with small ankles. It is merely a waste of time to show an art director a figure that looks large-headed, narrow-shouldered, short-armed, or legged, wide-hipped, short, fat, dumpy, or pudgy. But a figure may actually be bony and unusually tall and still please a fashion editor. Sliminess in figure drawing has become almost a cult. What the artists of the Middle Ages considered voluptuous appeal would be a plain fat today. Nothing will kill a sale so quickly as fatness or shortness. It is a curious fact that short people are apt to draw short figures. A man with a short wife will tend to draw short women. If my figures seem absurdly tall, remember that I am giving you the conception accepted as a standard by advertisers in the 1940s. They will not look too tall to the art buyer. In fact, some of my figures here are even shorter than I would instinctively draw them. The essence of successful male figure drawing is that it be kept masculine, plenty of bone and muscle, the face should be lean, the cheeks slightly hollowed, the eyebrows fairly thick, never a thin line, the mouth full, the chin prominent and well-defined. The figure is, of course, wide-shouldered and at least 6 feet, 8 or more heads tall. Thanks for the follow. Unfortunately, it is not easy to find these lean-faced, hard-muscled male models. They are usually at harder work. A lot of art commissioners for character art also want the idealized 8 to 9. Yeah. Like, I am very much a minority when it comes to like the way I draw my little guy, in that I always dumpy him up to look like me a little bit. Even my cool like robot body snake, you'll notice that I curl the body of Wobbly around the waist, right? And like give him a bit of a spare tire through just the existence of holding on to the robot frame. That's intentional. That's silhouette stuff. And I am trying to not make him look too strong or powerful or good. Do I have a bigger gallery? No, I just post stuff. You just Twitter is 75% memes. My Twitter I don't use anymore. Blue Sky I'm on more, but I haven't been drawing a lot lately, honestly. This is kind of me getting back into it again. If I'm going to be real with everybody, illustration for illustration's sake is the least profitable thing I do. I know everybody always says, oh, we'll do commissions or whatever, but my ability to deliver commissions sucks. And it's something that I can either spend a lot of time and effort working on and whatever, or I can continue to provide you with like daily stuff. So that kind of sucks. But I still like drawing, and I do it mostly for me, and I do it in like other people's Twitch chats. I've been drawing a lot of Author Blues, Ty Tuesday, and Ren Rabbit lately. Are like my 3 where I've been hanging out. Yeah, my Blue Sky's not much better. I know that like I run around with a lot of very professional artists, Don't know how some of these artists crank out finished cell shaded stuff in like 4 to 6 hours per image for clients. Like, I do know. You just do it. Honestly, I know that's like a very cop-out kind of thing. Do what I feel happiest doing. I mean, it's just what I can deliver best for an audience, right? Is this. This is better for me mentally and emotionally than like anything else. And you guys get a better product, frankly, than I feel like a lot of my static illustrations. Because like, I'll be real, static illustrations feel... All right. Okay, hang on. We got to back this up a little further. I come from a very blue collar background, right? Every job I have done has had very practical, tactile requirements and deliveries, right? I have been a security person who puts my body between problems and people. I have been a warehouse worker. My dad is a serviceman, not like military, but like an electrician or cabinet maker or whatever, right? I am a physical blue-collar person. I am a hillbilly. So when you guys throw me more money than I've seen in my life in a lump for a JPEG, like, can I lift you over my head? How much do you weigh? Just give me a number. 250? Yes. It would take effort. I would have to have some pretty good handholds. I would grab you by your belt with my right hand, and I would catch your the collar of your shirt with my left. I would throw you onto my shoulders, and I would heave you over the other side. That is within my capabilities for sure. 250 pounds is possible to wrangle. Would I extend my arms to full length, pick you up at full length like a flag, hold you over my head, and then throw you 200 yards? No. I would use leverage like a sensible working man, and I would hurt my back. For sure. Mew, I could pick you up with my arms straight, probably, and I am trying to get actively back into isometric exercise. People frequently hand me 40 to 50 pound objects and say, "Are you sure this is really heavy?" And I just move it. People hand me large, awkward desks and whatever. Yeah, I can just move stuff. It's not even that I'm strong. It's just that I've had to learn to use my body efficiently, right? It's about leverage. It's about, like a lot of people, when they think they're pushing their hardest, are doing like about 40%, honestly. Right? It's dad strength is what it is. It's stuff like that. Need to get to a gym to recover the strength you lost when you had major abdominal surgery. Yeah. I do, like, honestly, I'm trying to get back into doing it like daily or like every other day, but I do like, an hour of like planks and some curls with like focus on form and stuff just to kind of stay defined and stuff. I want to get back to riding a bicycle, but like that's something that if you're a patron, maybe we need to talk about. Cause like I have a stationary bike, and I'm going to be real. I pedaled on it for like 2 hours the other day and got my legs kind of tired, and not being able to shift gears and not being faced with hills and worse, not being able to like get stuck somewhere and need to pedal home through the exhaustion suck. It's like, it's fine. It's exercise, but it's the most soulless grinding out of exercise ever. It feels really bad. Through the ease, not with ease, right? I would have to have like some very good handholds, like good grip. Like you'd have to be like wearing a leather belt, probably, something I could like get a grip on and then move. But like, yeah, I could probably do that for sure. Like I could. I don't know. I've just always been you got to remember. Okay, hang on. I grew up with this background. I am a weak nerd for that area. I spent my entire life comparing myself to people who bucked hay bales 2 stories up onto the top of a truck. Right? With people who played like football a lot. Right? Like people who like went pro because they were buff as shit. Because they worked on farms when they weren't being forced to go to school. Yeah. I'm also like sort of squat and wide. Big football coaches spent my entire school career trying to get me to be a linebacker and give me head injuries. Like, that's the kind of body that I have. When I moved to a city for the first time, I realized how soft you fucking urban dudes are. Like, I'm so sorry, but like some of you are like have never moved a hammer in your life. I'm not even particularly handy, you know, like honestly, but like some of y'all were nerds in school and went straight into academia, and that's it. You worry about how much your hand hurts from moving something. Meanwhile, the rest of us have been building the leather for years. and I still consider myself pretty soft. So like not to throw too much shade at people, but like sometimes you just use your body really hard and you learn to get good at that. But like to circle back around to the fucking point, is that when you guys are offering me like commissions, like more money that I've made on a single like hour of labor in my life, for the skills that I have to like create a JPEG for you, it doesn't grok a lot. I am very used to like exertion and time relates to output, and like it feels weird to me. And I'm working really hard to like unfuck that brainworm, because it's literally just the difference between like blue collar and white collar perspective. I create entertainment media. It has a passive value. I have a big library of cool illustrations for a lot of my friends, and I don't know it. You get it? You grew up loading firewood and hauling logs, dating people in the lower 48, specifically LA. You have emasculated a bunch of men in urban society. Yes. Yep. For sure. I was in a Discord call one time, and I have always considered my like being a soft artist and like illustrating, and like people turned their cameras on, and one person in this Discord call, upon like first fucking sight of seeing just me from the shoulders up, they went, "Fuck, why is Wobbly huge?" And I've never let go of that compliment. I'm not even that big, and I'm super not in shape anymore. I was working at a warehouse at the time, but like insane to me that somebody would have described me that way as a person, when I have always considered myself like a soft little doughy little guy. So like my mind is split in lots of ways, but like I'm working on becoming more accustomed to producing creative work and valuing it appropriately. So thank you everybody for your interest in commissions. We will talk in the patrons Discord about it at some point, because I have to figure out what a good rate is, or what people are just willing to pay. So we'll do that. Come at me with a budget, and I will make shit happen for you. A budget and a plan, and I'll put my skills in it. But so thank you. Sorry about that. This aside is so weird and kind of rambly, because this is brain shit I'm unfucking actively. I'm working on it. So, you know. it's effort. Anyway. Let's see. Where were we at on this? Yes, harder work. Men who are like fit and tough tend to do work for fit, tough men instead of model work. Would calmed work be easier? Phrases, I want to calm you X hours and whatever you want to get done in that time. That's just the Patreon, Grove Tender. That's just Patreon. That's literally it. Because like what I want to do for X hours and whatever work I get done, that's the stream. That is what you're watching right now. That's the entertainment that you're actively engaged in. That is what that pays for. If you want me to do more art, honestly, hanging out for these art streams has been a big indicator to me that I should do more art, because we've got more people here for art than we have had for games. So like, that's just how it works. You just had trouble. You've had trouble just drawing for people. Yeah, honestly, a little bit. You can get a lot of body image stuff in other areas. People are looking for high fashion body shapes on everyday forums or vintage clothes and runaway bodies, and don't get the ideals are different. Yeah. That's why we keep referencing the fact that this book was published in 1943 also, right? Like, this guy has been talking a lot about like what these ideal figures are. And if you look at advertisements from 1943 to 1944, you're going to see these bodies. These bodies are in there because that's what people were buying and paying for. Because it turns out in the 1940s, military-styled white men were the ones who had money because they were doing a particular job that paid really well and was kind of required for several people, for very many people. They had to do it for some reason in the 40s. So, yeah, also his drawings of people are taller because he is taller. Yeah. Yep. But like his fundamentals and like his projection stuff are good. Anyway. Children should be drawn fairly close to the scale of proportions given in this book. Babies should be plump, dimpled, and healthy. Remember, this is also a book for working illustrators, people who are trying to sell their stuff to ad agencies, right? Just bear that in mind. So, special study should be given to the folds and creases of the neck, wrists, and ankles. Cheeks are full and round, and chin is well under. The upper lip protrudes a little. The nose is round and small and concave at the bridge. The ears are small, thick, and round. The eyes practically fill the openings. The hands are fat and dimpled, and there is considerable taper to the short fingers. Until the structure of babies is well understood, it is almost fatal to try to draw them without good working material. Use photo references for babies. They're aliens. They're weirdos. It's funny because a lot of these proportions have become orthodox in art pedagogy with no consideration for the changing times. Yes. Immensely respect him for saying, here's ideal figures. No, they're not realistic, but this is what art directors expect, so deal with that. Yes, Grove Tender Alba, that is exactly what he's saying. That is, you know what? I'm pinning that one. That's a good pin for this chat for 20 minutes. As he talks about, like, the shape that quote-unquote women quote-unquote should be. Like, please bear with us as we go back over decades of discourse about Marvel cover ladies, you know, which were clearly just drawn over nude. Also, yeah, children are weird. Please look up, look at kids. If you have friends with kids, like, ask them to pose for a photo or whatever. The art director seldom points out your faults. He simply says he doesn't like your drawing. Any one of the above mistakes may account for his dislike. Ignorance of the demands upon you is as great a handicap as ignorance of anatomy. This is one that drives me fucking nuts, and this is modern commissioners, right? When a modern commissioner gets a piece of art and they say that they are not happy with it, they have no idea why. Art directors also have no fucking idea why. Exactly the same. This is a big part of why I don't like doing comms. Because I struggle to, like, correct a lot of these things as well. Here he breaks down a lot of different muscle groups, you know, deltoids, pectoralis major, biceps, other things, external obliques. The lats, that's what I struggle to draw. I struggle to draw lats on people. I did like a really good Cheetah Man the other day for Ren, because Ren was getting real normal about the plot of Cheetah Man. Yeah, lats. Yeah, lats is something that I would like to build up. Lats, they're like next to your ribs, like the body sections, right? Your lats sort of like, in a JoJo character, the lats will reach sort of like from the bottom of the rib cage up to like the outside of the like top of the shoulder, the deltoid, right? Like they're the big wing muscles, and frankly, they're so strong. Oh my god. There's something I'd like to work a lot harder. So, yeah. Didn't know that's what they were called? Well, this anatomy diagram may be good for you, because these also got the iliotoidal band, the gracilis, which is like the groin muscles. You know, the part that everybody counter shades on their furries. Usually where people's, like, you know, counter shading stops. So, let's see. Arm muscles, right? Sort of breakdowns the bands. No gluteus maximus. Everybody likes a good glute. This is something also that like I goof up a lot, because like the way that the chain link sort of the body is constructed is confusing sometimes, right? Because like so if you hold your arm up, you put your elbow forward and your hand up, right? You have a lump that goes on the outside of your arm on your shoulder. You have the lump of your bicep, which sort of goes up, and then your forearm, believe it or not, the heaps of the muscle there are top and bottom from your hand, typically, right? And it's so easy for people to assume, well, the bicep goes towards the crook of the arm, so too does the forearm. And you'll make like this butt there. But that isn't to say that there's not a thing there. So like, yeah, they work like chains. People say that a lot, but I think that abstracts too far, right? And I think that studying your muscle groups in an academic and sort of clinical sense is better for you. Muscles, view of the front legs. So these are more references than anything. Yeah, look, funny little donkey says, stay with it. Keep trying. Try building figures without your model or your copy. Just see what your muscles are at. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow. Maybe I'll just try to draw some anatomy figures as best I can, and y'all can make fun of me because I haven't been practicing. I am way out of practice. I'm way out of knowledge on a lot of this stuff, and I need to get better about it. All right, so block forms, planes, foreshortening, and lighting. The transition from outline and specific construction to the figure rendered in light and shadow is quite a hurdle. Often, the student is unable to make this jump. The difficulty arises from a lack of conception of the solid, yet there are intermediate steps that can make the rendering of the third dimension fairly simple. How can a solid form be set into space? How do we conceive of it so that we know it has bulk and weight, that we can pick it up or bump into it? The answer is that our eye instinctively recognizes the solid by the way the light falls upon it. As far as the artist is concerned, when there is no light, there is no form. The only reason an outline drawing suggests that the solid is that theoretically, a drawing represents the form in a light that comes from directly behind the artist. Hence, the form casts no visible shadow to us. As the contours and edges turn away from us and the light, they tend to darken until they begin to look like lines, sharp at the edge and softening as they approach the middle or closer part of the form. We call this flat lighting. It is the only way that a form can be rendered without shadow. But it does include halftone, which is the next step between full light and the shadow. The shadow is really there also, but we cannot see it from our point of view. When white paper is used for the drawing, the paper theoretically represents the greatest light. That is, the plane which is at right angles to the source of light. In all cases other than flat front lighting, the form is rendered by the correct interpretations of the direction of the planes away from the right angle planes or the turning away of the form from the source of light. So what he's trying to describe, right, is that like your piece of paper is a mirror, right? And it reflects all the light that hits it straight back, right? Full 180 degrees, 290 degrees, right? But like a line represents the far edge of something that has been rotated perfectly 90 degrees, projected flat into that mirror, right? So it is black and it's as dark as it goes. And so as you turn that from its darkest angle to its brightest angle across that 90 degrees, if you're looking at this flat shading as described, that is how you build your darkest to lightest gradients. That is how you think about them. That is how we get the pillow shading that makes early pixel art on DOS games really fucking weird looking. So don't do that. But he's using it as an explanatory tool. Let's see. So the first and brightest planes are called the light planes. The next planes are the halftone planes, and the third planes, which are unable to receive direct lighting because of their angle, are called shadow planes. Within the shadow planes may be those that are still receiving subdued, reflected light. These are called planes of reflection. Form cannot be rendered without a clear grasp of this principle. The planes are worked out in simple order. 1, light. 2, halftone. 3, shadow, which is the darkest and at this point where the plane parallels the direction of light, and 4, reflected light. This is called simple lighting. It is unquestionably the best for our purpose of selling advertisements in 1943. When there are several sources of light, the whole composition becomes hodgepodge, inconsistent with natural light, and highly confusing to the student. Sunlight naturally gives us the most perfect rendition of form. Daylight is softer and more diffused, but the principle still holds. Artificial light, unless controlled and based upon the sun principle, is the fly in the ointment. The camera may be able to get away with 4 or 5 sources of light. The chances are that the artist cannot. Before you plunge into the intricacies of light and shadow, it would be well to know what is going to happen to form when light strikes it. Since the light can be made to come from any direction, the organization of the light to dark may start with any plane as the light plane. In other words, in a top lighting slightly to the front, the plane across the breast would be the light plane. Move the light to the side, and the plane would become a halftone plane. Set the light below, and the same plane is in shadow now. Hence, all planes are relative to the light source. Okay, so let's talk for just a minute about a request that I get a lot as an artist to help people with. I get a lot of people that ask Wobbly, can you help me with shading? And they get mad at me, or they get frustrated because I do not give them the answer that they want. They want me to tell them, oh yeah, that'll be dark. They do not like this answer. People do not like this answer. They get really frustrated with me. They get really tired of me. Because I say, do you understand perspective? Exactly where is the light coming from? You have to be able, if you want to do lighting, to set your light inside the three-dimensional space relative to your object. If you do not understand perspective, then you will not be able to do this. You will simply fail, or it will look weird, or you will be able to light exactly one way and you're going to get bored and you're not going to know how to fix it. So every time that I've done this and people get really tired of me and they go, oh, Wobbly wants me to invent the fucking universe before we'll do anything, fucking goddamn right I do. I want you to do some homework. Yeah, figure out where your light is coming from. Exactly. You have to figure it out, but you have other tools that you need to learn before you can do lighting really well. And like, I'm not saying you have to learn in a specific line, but if you actually want a real long-lasting fucking answer to that question, you gotta learn the rest of drawing, dog. Like, can't imagine not building a little miniature universe for images. Honestly, even a character floating in a white background where you're just drawing a little guy, if you're going to do any amount of shading, you just got to figure out where the fucking lamp is. That's it. You have to just imagine a ball that is lit up in that space somewhere near your guy. You know, is it in front of him, behind him, like whatever. And that's going to help you figure out how round he is and like all that good stuff. And that's just the way it is. But unless you can build that sort of 3D space, you're not going to be able to do it. Not going to be able to do it. It's just not going to happen for you. I'm sorry. You know, you have to do some homework. You have to do a little bit of studying. Because again, I do not teach people, or I try not to tell people that like art is all self-expression and you'll figure everything out. Because you fucking won't. We spent millions of years getting this good at drawing. Like, we are working on the collective shoulders of giants. You know? Draw with no shading. The light is coming from all around. It is blinding. Your subject is in pain. Your paper, it's fucking white. Boxes, cylinders, pyramids, both round, square, balls. Practice the basic forms. Yeah, you know what's a great resource for practicing the basic forms? Going to www.drawabox.com, all one word, where they will teach you the perspective tools to create a box and then the tools to shade it. So, yeah, that thing I keep telling everyone to go do. It's back. It's back on page 68. We're doing it. Drawbox.com. Drawabox.com. That's right, drawabox.com. Where's my body? Oh, I stood up. Sorry, I was pulling my shorts down. I've had like breakouts on my legs, and I'm trying some internet suggestions to let them breathe a little bit. So I got short shorts. Anyway, moving on. All right. Where were we? All right. Let us start then with the form in the simplest possible terms. By drawing block forms, we can cut out extreme subtleties in halftone, continuing a plane as a single tone on a surface as long as we can before turning it in another direction is simplification or massing. Actually, the figure is very rounded, but rounded surfaces produce such delicate gradations of light and shadow that it is difficult to approach without simplification and massing of these tones. Strangely enough, the simplification is a good deal better in the end than the exact photographic and literal interpretation. It is somewhat like trying to paint a tree by painting every leaf instead of massing the foliage into its big forms and working for bulk rather than intricate detail. After we have mastered the larger plane, we can soften it at its edges to mold it into the more rounded form, while retaining all we can of the bigness of conception, or we can start with a big block, as the sculptor would start with a block of stone or marble. We hew away at the excesses and block in the general mass that we want. We then subdivide the big straight planes into smaller ones until the rounded effect has been produced. It's like going around a circle with a series of short straight lines. You may question why we do not at once proceed to the finished smooth and round form. The answer is that in a drawing or painting, something of the individual procedure and structural quality should remain. When it is too much smoothed down and polished, it becomes entirely factual. The camera can do that! In a drawing, however, finish is not necessarily art. It is the interpretation and process of individual conception that is art and that has value. If you include all the literal facts and actualities, the result will be boring. It is your selection of relevant facts that will create interest. A sweeping conception carries with it vitality, purpose, and conviction. The more detailed and involved we get, the less forceful and powerful is our message. We can take a compass and draw a circle perfectly, but we have left no trace of ourselves in what we have set down. It is the big form that does the job, not the little and the exact. On pages 70 and 71, I have tried to give an inkling of what I mean. Here, the surface is conceived of as having mass and bulk. The effect is sculptural. It is looking at our mannequin a little differently. As we are to compose the mannequin of simplified blocks, how shall we shape those blocks? Your way is as good as mine. Shape them in any way, you will arrive at a massed or bulk effect. This is the real approach to solidity. In your work, actually thinking of the mass, bulk, and weight of it. With this approach, we take the art store wooden mannequin and use it as a basis for the setting up of a figure. Page 72. We go a step further with the mannequin on page 73 and attempt to eliminate the stiffness of the jointed parts. Still thinking, though, in terms of masses. Retaining these terms, we take solids, page 74, and tip them, remembering at all times what each section of the mass would be and where it belongs in relation to the whole. We must depend chiefly upon line to render the form, or that part of which goes back into space, as seen by the eye of the observer. This is foreshortening. Actual measurement of length cannot be made, since viewing the form from one point is like looking at a gun barrel aimed directly at you. We must think of the contours and form as sections lined up one behind the other. An outline is rarely sufficient, however, to represent the receding sections. Most often, halftone and shadows are needed as well, as shown on page 75, 76, and 77. Are an interpretation of the rounded figure flattened onto planes that go a step further than our simplest block forms. On pages 78 and 79, we place the simplified form of the head under various kinds of lighting. So, this is page 70 and 71. He's got the light high. You can see the chests of these mannequins are nice and bright. They're unobstructed, right? The top of the hips, especially of the male figure there, is bright and white, and that is his like highest value tone. And then as the light comes down and curves around, like you've got the bottom of the chest on the front. You can see that's sort of his mid-tone that he's dealing with. And then he's got his darkest scratch lines. But I would also like to point out the mechanical way that Loomis shades, right? He's doing this with ink and pen, thin, fine lines. And you will notice that he is not simply scribbling back and forth. Look at how dedicated and directional all of his lines are. He's using the contour of his lines to help describe the contour of his subjects, right? He is doing this with great intentionality for your benefit, and it is rad as fuck that he does it. Right? He's very pointedly trying to put these at different angles. It's really cool. All right, next page. Using an art store wooden mannequin. He's showing us even further how to block these poses in. Here we go. Now he's talking about sort of the cylindrical volume of like limbs, legs, arms. You can foreshorten any form by drawing intermittent cross sections and connecting. Again, this is how I do the spiral stuff. Often thought that you should try and keep your shading in one direction. Yeah, it's the easiest way to do it. He also talked about how cameras can handle like 5 light sources or something, and people generally can't. So yeah, no, we've been over that. Then he did some pen sketches. You can see, though, he's got these construction lines hidden inside of a lot of these things. And I like that about it. And he's also following his construction lines to create the arches for the shading, right? For his hatching. He doesn't do a lot of cross-hatching, typically. So. Oh, wait, I went the wrong way. Planes. So this is, people see these illustrations a lot outside of the art world. So planes are theoretical flattening of rounded forms as well as actual flat areas. In an art, extreme smoothness and roundness of form tends towards the slick and photographic. It should be avoided like the measles. Loomis and myself are both big chunkers. The way the dude is standing in the middle looks so unnatural. Yeah. He's standing like bolt upright. Maybe even leaning a little bit forward. Just again, like just in case anybody's not familiar with my work in general. Actually, this is a pretty good one for it. Right? I do like to work in sort of like soft gradients sometimes, but like you can see how blocky and sort of spodgy a lot of my color chunking is. I have been describing myself as like an impressionist painter for a little while, right? Yeah, the mind fills in the blanks. I don't feel the need to chase that detail myself until somebody commissions me, at which point I wish I was a camera. What's image 2 here? Oh yeah, that's somebody else's work. I see. I just accidentally clicked it while I was doing stuff. I'm gonna lock everything that I don't need to click right now. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's a whole thing for me. I very much like just blobbing color and value and stuff into places. If you don't like that kind of like messy, scratchy, natural looking work, I have a lot of friends who work in more production-oriented styles that have sort of followed modern trends. I consider my art kind of old-fashioned, actually. I don't feel like I'm cutting edge or trendy or hip. Anyway, the use of planes gives more of an individual quality. No two artists will see planes alike. Squareness of rounded form imparts a certain ruggedness and vitality. A good axiom, see how square you can make the round. That's a cool idea. I should try that sometime. Try to make a man out of geometry. Let's see. Oh, stretch. Here we have squared the rounded figure into planes. The purpose of this is to use them as a basis for rendering light. halftone and shadow in the simplest terms, and at the same time preserving the main structural forms. We then soften the edges of the planes to the degree that we deem satisfactory. Yeah, fighting polygon team! There is no set of planes which will fit the figure at all times. Since the surface form changes, the movements such as bending at the waist, movement of the shoulders, etc., the planes are given mainly to show how the forms can be simplified. Even when you have the live model or copy, you still work for the main planes of light, halftone and shadow. Otherwise, you may have an overpowering confusion of tones. So I think this is a really interesting note from him, because in modern 3D art, we struggle a lot with how to squash and stretch the planes into every proportion. And he pretty accurately states, you're never really going to have that. The body moves too much. And I think that's a really cool thing to see in a book from 1943. And not even about three-dimensional art. I think that's cool. Small world, man. We're still working at it. All right, it's photos time, baby. Lighting. First, he's got flat lighting directly from the front. You can see that there's no lines to speak of, except for like the body on the side, and it's purely because you just can't see it. Body is squishy, bunches up a lot. Yeah, exactly. All muscles do that. Stage, dramatic, weird, ghostly light from the crater is low front. 3/4, it's a good lighting place. The light 45 degrees in front, using only a single light. I use this a lot. This is like my go-to, frankly. Actually, no, my go-to is like 3/4 top side, which is the one on the left, right behind my head here. Honestly, I think my model might be in that lighting. I'm not sure. Top, Avery, a very beautiful lighting. This gives great luminosity to shadows. Top back with a little bit of a reflection is what's going on there. We talk a little bit about secondary light sources when we're drawing in other capacities, and that's what he is showing you here. The crisscross. He's got light on both sides. You'll notice there's like one thick shadow in like the middle of the face. Man holding a mirror from behind the camera. Yeah, basically. All flat, where the light is coming from all directions, and you'll notice that you can't see anything. It looks kind of bad, in fact. And then there's half side, low. It's not good. It's pretty bad. Having light exactly at the same level as your subject is typically strange. So here, the camera lends us a helping hand by showing the actual light as it falls on the simplified form. The form has been rounded to give you the gradation from light through halftone to shadow. Number 1 is a front lighting, corresponding to the treatment of a flat and unshaded outline drawing. The only shadow under the chin occurs because the light was raised a little to allow the camera to be placed under it. Camera and light, of course, could not have been placed in the identical spot. Had this been possible, there would have been no shadow. An all-flat or formless lighting may be obtained by piling an equal lighting from every direction. Number 8. When there's a single source of light on the object, the shadowed side reflects some of the light in a luminous manner. The reflected light areas within the shadow, however, never become competitive with the areas in light, and the unity of the mass of light, as opposed to the mass in shadow, is maintained. In drawing, nothing within a shadow area should ever be as light as that within the light area, because reflected light is never so strong as its source. We do rim lighting now. I'll talk about this in a second. One exception might be to use a mirror. That, however, would be a duplication of the light source rather than a reflection or refraction. The dazzling light upon the water is another example of refraction. So he's not entirely right here. For illustration purposes, he's doing a good job, but there is a concept that is very recent. It's called Fresnel, or Fresnel, depending on how French you are. I usually call it Fresnel because... So Fresnel is the idea that light has friction. Every surface you see in the world has, and this requires some very astute observation on your part. It is, your brain basically tells you it's not real and not possible. So everything in the world bends light around it. Just a little bit. Yo, Oth, I'm reading a textbook. We're talking about Fresnel right now because the claim that light on the back side of something will never be as bright as the light on the front side of it is kind of incorrect, actually, in a modern understanding of how light works. For practical applications and for illustration, this does not matter, but somebody somewhere is going to split a hair with me, so I'm getting in front of it. It's the opposite usually. I don't think it's the opposite. That's not entirely true. What it is that, like, when you have a light that is sufficiently strong on one side, the light that he is describing where it is reflected back to it is not necessarily light that is reflected back. It can also be light that has hit the surface, and the friction of the photons has very slightly curved it around the surface, and that is how you are detecting the edge. It's insane. This concept was modeled in 3D lighting pretty recently. There's sliders and nodes in Blender's Cycles renderer where you can experiment with this stuff in like real time, but like it's so immaterial to the actual end point of doing the illustrations as you would like to, but it is also a huge eye-opener when you consider the way that light actually works is the basis for all illustration and painting. Like I feel like it's important to know this in an academic sense, and it is largely useless in actual applicational senses. So, fun fact, PBR added a natural Fresnel to 3D objects, which is why early PS3 materials look so much worse than PS4. Correct! Yep. That is one of the massive jumps in graphical fidelity that we had between rendering generations. I love reading a book from 1943 and talking about like modern generation like rendering for like 3D art. It's so crazy how little stuff actually like changes when it comes to artistic merit. It's so cool. But yeah, Auth, just to because I now have a jumping off point and I finished my thought. Welcome to us reading Andrew Loomis's Figure Drawing for All It's Worth. This is available on archive.org. The scan is a little weird. It jumps in like one spot. But if at any point you have ever wanted to get into figure drawing, this book is a great expansion after picking up the basics of perspective from Drawbox.com. And I'm reading it cover to cover because I've never actually done that. I've treated it like a reference text for literally a decade. And we're just kind of front to backing it. And I'm just trying very aggressively to make everybody who likes doing illustration in my community aware that it exists. And it's an incredible resource for people who want to make illustrations that are appealing actively. That is because a lot of people do. So that's why we're here. Like how this page illustrates also how bright light bounces off of the table. Yep. This book is really, really good. You can see it reflect into the mannequin. Yeah, that's using your observations. Exactly. You can also see the little halo glow in like the top illustrate or picture up there of the mannequin head lit from the rear. You can see how that light bleeds around the edges. That's Fresnel. Who needs art school? Buy the books yourself. Yeah, or just go to archive.org and read them for free. Because this information, like we've spent like 1 billion years getting good at drawing. Ever since humanity first scratched some big-titted cows onto a cave wall, we've been drawing personas better and better. Like the knowledge is there. Go get it. I know a lot of people that believe that like art needs to be this fucked up libertarian journey of the soul in which you reinvent the entire conception of creation of graphic from the ground up for yourself. Nah, dog. It's basically science. We teach it in schools, classrooms. We can suck the soul out of it if we need to. We've done it. We've squeezed the juice. We know what the elements of art and the principles of design are. We've categorized these things. They can be instructed and taught. You can also just learn them. Looks at your 100K of debt off your last 4 years. Shit. Yeah. I've been self-teaching for a while. I'm pretty okay at it at this point. I need to practice more diligently, though. So that's part of why we're reading this. So anyway, back to the book. Number 1, front lighting, corresponding to treatment of flat and unshaded outline drawing. The only shadow under the chin occurs because the light was raised slightly to allow the camera to be placed underneath it. Camera light, of course, could not have been placed in identical locations. Okay, right, sorry. When there is a single source of light on the object, the shadow side reflects light. All right, we've been through that too. Let's see. Simple lighting, which means lighting from a single source and the reflected light of the source, is the most perfect lighting there is. It renders form in its actual contours and bulk. True modeling of form cannot be approached any other way, since to change the normal or true value of the plane is to change and upset the form. If the value is off, the form is incorrect. Since the photographer may not have reasoned this out, it is better to make your own photographs or at least supervise the lighting of any photographic copy. The photographer hates shadows. The artist loves them. And you got to remember that this was 1943, and photographs were basically people trying to capture reality. Photographs were going through the video game cycle of realism, right? Things were getting better defined, lenses were getting sharper, action was getting slowed down, photos were getting less blurry at the time. So when he wrote the line, the photographer hates shadows. Yo, thanks for the resub. Yeah, today's topic is art. We're learning. We're getting way into it. Thank you so much for the resub. That helps me pay my bills. From Software often uses fake lights on the characters to make them always be lit beautifully. You also do that, add fake Fresnel effects to the characters. Yeah, to make them pop off the page for sure. Yeah. Seriously, now you can determine if the artist is up to your standards if you know a seasoned artist versus someone who doesn't know their fundamentals. You can now commission people who will give you quality work. That's actually rad. That's damn you, Fairy. That's a really good reason to learn art. It does make you better at appreciating good craftsmanship. Correct. Practicing it will get you a better appreciation for what somebody is doing with their work. And that's neat. That's a really neat idea. Dubs will never fucking admit it, but Dubs' art is really technically good. His illustrations have like really good volume and body and stuff to them. He's been actively improving his powers of observation since I've met him. Unprompted by me. I wasn't like, Dubs, you should get better. Like, Dubs is insane. I know that we bring up the big tittied reptile lady, one, because she hot. But two, the bars on the back of the bar, or like the jars in the back of the bar of liquor. Bet that motherfucker studied art. Yeah. Here's the thing, Oth. No. All my conversations with Dubs is that like he's done some art school, but like he at one point was just like I'm doing art commissions and I have to pay my bills, and then he just got good. Straight up. like I don't think he's got like tons of college under him. I don't know for sure. You'll have to ask him. Don't let me like talk a bunch of lies about my good friend Dubs. But like that dude has done an amazing job building his skill set like in real time, raw, live, doing it for the industry. You want to see a Dubs art? Okay. Give me a second. Let me go get one. This'll do it. Image 2 for a second. Let me see, because Dubs has sent me a piece of art at one point or two. I want to find like one of his like good renders, like his commission pieces, because like, talking about like how good he is and shit. Because like here's a Dubs art for you. That's a Dubs art right there. You want to talk about creating a character for like good appeal? Show them the Furby? Maybe. I'll see what I've got, because I'm sure I've got some saved on my hard drive. I just have to like find one. Let's see. I've got a bunch of art that I've done here sent to me. Okay, all right, yeah. I found one that's pretty good. It's just the black and whites of a thing. You could send me the art that I paid Dubs for. That would probably be better than showing that off. Actually, yeah. Can you do that? DM that to me, and I'll just save it real quick. That way I'm for sure showing off something that I know that he has published. as opposed to something that he sent me in confidence that I've like forgotten about. If you've got that real quick, like yeah, I'll break it down real quick. There, I've sent you a DM to put me at the top of your list. Yeah, one sec. I assume you're like working or something. After all, I'm everybody's weekday workday buddy. Most people can't rotate an apple in their head, which is weird to me. I can't. Jesus fuck. God damn it. I don't want context. Don't give it to me. I don't deserve it. Anyway, here, let's talk about some Dubs art. If you understand this image, don't call me. You don't have good visualization skills, you think abstractly? Yeah, so I covered this like a couple hours ago off, but I'm not gonna like ask you to like go back and watch the lecture. I'll talk about it again. It's a live stream. I think that good illustration is just answering questions, right? I think that the way that an illustration comes together does not come from somebody imagining a thing wholesale and then like making it whole. You answer questions about the piece as you go, and like those will eventually amalgam into a full idea that you have presented to a viewer. So let's talk about this idea that's being presented to us, the viewer. Apparently VDJ paid money for this. So we have here our planes of darkness, mid-tone, and high value presented to us. Loomis has been talking about this in these pages, and I'm not going to shut up about them. You can see the very top of the head and the chest are light tones, and then we have the dark or the mid-tones, which are the underarms and under the jaw and under the cheeks. And then we have the dark values, which are the either black values presented by a lot of the line work where things are darkest and furthest away from us, or I would say that like the mark that this poor creature is lashed to would constitute sort of the darkest stuff. Red is a very dark value when you grayscale things, which we can also do at some point here. We'll take a look at that, right? You've also got like the undersides of like the eyelids and like sort of the sunken nature of things. And that helps create our form. Yeah, Dubs is amazing. I adore that man. You can see that Dubs is using value to offset the depth levels between like the legs underneath the body and the belly and like the fur from that. So he is an excellent textbook demonstration of using your values and doing this planar reduction that Loomis is talking about, right? You can see that he has grouped them into big blocks and he has further refined them down where he needs to. He's blending and blurring where surfaces are round and curled and soft and things, and he keeps harsh lines where they do not need to meet those criteria, like the edge of the sock and the edges of the bag, the gold trims and things. Gonna need to catch up on this VOD. Oh yeah, we've been going for like 4 hours. I might actually take a break and do this over 2 days, 5 hours now, because this is gonna be a lot to absorb, and we segue a hot bit all over the place. So yeah, if you don't want to put up with me and my just being a shithead about commissions, Dubs is a better technical artist than I am. Dubs is better practiced than me. Dubs is working more frequently with clients than I am. I refer people to Dubs constantly when they come at me and ask me for commissions. Constantly. I say, you are going to get a product that you like more from Dubs. A lot. Yeah, absolutely. Every artist does. If I think Dubs is going to do a better job than me, I will send you to Dubs. I will tell you, Dubs has slots open. Dubs wants your money. Dubs is going to get you what you want. Why is a Furby doing the Evangelion pose? Oh, this is a commissioned piece by Dr. Dubs for VDJ, and I'm using it as an instructional aid. Because Dubs' art is worth talking about, because the man is really good at what he does, which is art for you, depending on how much money you have. So yeah, we're talking about light. So this is the longest class I've ever had a top tier teacher though. 100% silly does would take class again. I'm just unfocused. That's all. I need to One of these days I should talk to my professor friends and like learn how to condense a lecture down, because 6 hours of hard art lecture is intense. This is a lot of information to like be given. I understand. I know. And I know that like people have been here from the beginning. And that is also why I keep reminding everybody that you have access to this book. You can take this book at your own pace. You can take the lessons and treat it as a reference text like I do. You can buy it. I have a physical hardback copy because I believe in it really hard, and I've been using it strictly as a reference text for a decade. Or you can just go onto archive.org and get the exact scan that I'm showing you now. So, yeah. Watch this VOD later since the book is so damn dense. Guidance wouldn't be remastered. I mean, I'm just reading it front to back, Jockladave. This is the least guided. I do, though, I have been stopping to interpret what Loomis is talking about. This book is from 1943, and there's some stuff in there to address, because it was, in fact, a different time, but the knowledge contained therein is still useful. Pauses for levity are important. Yeah, we've had some jokes. We've talked about the fact that, like, I will throw you. I can move people around. I'm strong a little bit. I'm way out of shape. I've been stronger in my life, for sure, but, you know, stuff like that. Let's see, what is this? Oh, hey. Manor Lord's launch build is available. Cool. They thanked me for doing a broadcast. Very neat. Nice email to get. Let's see. Let's finish this page and see if maybe we can hit like a chapter break or something. And then we'll close out the stream, because 5 hours is a lot. Anyway, little more, everybody. Pick your heads up off your desks. If you've had like a notepad next to it and you've been scribbling little sketches, good. He literally tells you to do that. I will award extra credit for people who show me their sketches that they drew on the desk later. Thank you. Let's see. Reflected light areas within the shadow, however, never become competitive with the areas in light, and the unity of mass of light as opposed to the mass of shadows is maintained. In drawing, nothing within a shadow area should ever be as light as that within a light area, because reflected light is never so strong as its source. One exception might be the use of a mirror. That, however, would be a duplication of the light source rather than refraction. The dazzling light upon water is another example of refraction. Simple lighting, which means lighting from a single source, and the reflected light of that source is the most perfect lighting there is. Oh wait, I finished this page already. I'm so sorry. I got segued off of photographers and their appreciation for shadows, which they did not have in 1940. Now, big shadow dramatic photos, we love those. We love those. Ever since the 1980s, we use those for models in salons and stuff. So, oh no, what is this? Wobbly Loomis. Yes. Well, see, that's a beautiful eye line too. That's attracting us directly to the figures that matter. Yeah, photographers still hate shadows that they do not control. Correct. Ask any cinematographer about set lighting. Okay, so simple lighting on the figure. Draw shadows first, then halftones. Cast shadows are darkest. Do not make form shadows too black. Models from shadow to the light. Keep all halftones lighter than shadows. Do not over-model the light. Now, I disagree. Well, okay, I don't disagree with the idea of don't over-model the light, but like the way that I would tell you to do this, right, is when you are doing your shadows, just don't be afraid to go all the way to black, right? Don't fuss around in a million layers of light gray to mid-light gray that no one but you gives a fuck about. Nobody cares. They want to look at your cat and see it's a cat. Nobody is ever going to give a shit about how beautifully you rendered and how softly you rendered the light across one little subsection of a cat's cheek. Nobody cares. No one will ever care, no matter how well you render it. So just don't. Get in there. Get chunky. The simplest way to explain the fundamental principle of rendering light and shadow is to think of a ball with a light focused upon it, just as the sun lights the earth. The area on the ball closest to the light is the highlight, comparable to noon. If we move on the surface of the sphere away from the highlight in any direction, we find that the light begins imperceptibly to fade into our halftone area, B, which may be compared to twilight, and then the last light, B+, and on to the night, C. If there is nothing to reflect the light, there is true darkness. However, if the moon, a reflector of the sun's light, comes up, it will reflect light into the shadow. When the light is intercepted by a body, its silhouette falls upon the adjacent light plane. This is the darkest of the shadows. It is called cast shadow. It is still possible, however, for a cast shadow to pick up on some reflected light. The artist should be able to look at any given place on his subject and determine to which area it belongs: the light, the halftone, the shadow, or the reflected light. Correct values must be given in order to obtain unity and organization of these four fundamental areas. Otherwise, a drawing will not hold together. Treatment of light gives a drawing cohesion no less than structural form. There are many things you can learn from photographs if you use them intelligently. Remember, however, that the range of light to dark is much greater in the eye than in pigment. You cannot possibly put down the full range. You have to simplify, which is, again, me saying don't fuck with it. Just get chunky. So I want to talk a little bit about one thing here. He does talk about the light on a planar entity, right? I want to talk about Earth and the atmosphere, because some of you may have seen photos of planets, right? Our planet specifically. And you see the body, and you see the dark shadow on like the side of the Earth that the sun is not on or around, and you might still see light on the far side of the planet. And remember, one Fresnel, which is the light kind of curving around the edge of a planetary body. You can see that on the moon where there's no atmosphere, but also there's the atmosphere, which refracts light. So when you see that stuff, you are seeing reflected light. I just wanted to clear that up in case there was a flat earther in the room with us. Drawing the live figure is a great spot to stop. I am going to hold us here for today. It has been 5 hours of Wobbly being a turbo nerd, and we're like a third of the way through the book, maybe a quarter of the way through the book. It's like a 200-page text. We have gotten a lot of ground. Is there anything that we moved over that people have questions, comments, concerns about? I'm not going to pretend to be an art professor. I'm not going to pretend to be a licensed teacher, but I do have opinions about this stuff, and I'm pretty good at it when I'm giving a shit. Thought that black was a no-no shade, especially when working with skin tones or botanicals. You're supposed to use brown or green. Yes, if you are painting, you need to understand the way that light permeates through figures, right? That light is going to bounce into layers of the skin and come back out. So for human bodies and in natural lighting, you typically actually are going to be using blues. Yeah, subsurface scattering is the Googleable term that would have Super Mario's face next to it and be colored red if this was a Nintendo game. So what you need to worry about there is not shadow. You need to be worried about subsurface scattering, refraction, reflection, and also the color of your ambient light is going to dictate the color of your shadows. Most shadows are sort of a blue to like a purple color, because our sky on Earth is reflecting blue light fucking everywhere. It is why shadows at night are so much harsher and so much blacker than shadows during the day, because at night there is not enough light to be bounced around in the atmosphere to create a blue sky, which is where we get the blue tint to our shadows. So indoor lighting is going to be blacker, it's going to be darker, it's going to be more directional than outdoor lighting. Shadows in daytime are blue because of the reflection of our... Yep, correct, just said that. Then you have other colors of lighting. Ambient light reflected in a funny color is also going to affect the color of anything it's onto, whether that's skin tone, plant tones, whatever. So any hard and fast rule you have about, like, things, you need to consider the environment that you've created for whatever you are doing. So take those hard and fast rules, put them in the garbage or on the edge of it, so you can get them back out when they make sense and are useful for the piece that you're constructing. But like, again, I talked about this hour one. A lot of people are programmers or mathematicians, and they're very concerned about doing things correctly. Hard and fast rules like that get in the way, especially for them. So throw them away. Having an understanding of the world in which you live, that's going to be your greatest tool. That's your power. That's your strength. Use that. Learn about the world and learn to love the world, and you will paint better pictures of the world. You will literally paint nicer pictures if you can find a way to love what you are painting. And if that's people, you should learn to love people. People are interesting little guys. Perhaps the littlest and most original of little guys. But this has been rad. Thank you, everybody who's subscribed. Thank you, everybody who's been here. We have sat stalwartly at 50 viewers for 5 hours. While I have talked about a man's book who draws in the way that I kind of try to draw. That's crazy. This stream has been really cool for me. Like, really cool for me. I'm really into the way that this stream went. I'm so glad that there was an audience for it, because I was really worried that this would have been like a nothing kind of stream that nobody cared about. So, like, awesome. We are going to finish this book. I don't know if tomorrow, I might play like Helldivers tomorrow. We might just shoot some bugs. But we are going to come back to this situation. I have not forgotten about the Patreon promises either from the subathon. I need to get with my friends and we'll do Dokapon one of these days. Zito, Ryudo, and the Juker, all very wonderful people that I hope you'll all love. I haven't forgotten the promises. I forgot one of the promises. Oh yeah, the game shows. I need to keep working on those. Those are less of a promise and more of a project that I keep like trying to find time in my life to do while getting my motorcycle repaired, and now maybe doing commissions, and also creating daily content and planning out daily content and courting sponsored keys and trying to court sponsors, and like I'm trying, okay? I'm spinning a lot of plates as a solo act and individual entrepreneur, small business. So it's been a lot of work. Anyway, we're gonna go hang out with one Dr. Dubs, who I just like absolutely gushed about. So like, tell Dubs he's a wonderful artist, and that you saw his art on my stream in a purely academic sense. Please enjoy my good friend Dr. Dubs. And I guess also my next several hour art lecture whenever we get around to that. Maybe later this week. Maybe Thursday? I don't know. Thursday we gotta watch a movie. That's later though. Later, everybody.